Welcome to Eastern Romance Tales, where every story is a journey of the heart. Let's dive into today's tale. Book 3 Chapter 91 Heavenly Lantern Pavilion, ever bright illuminating the long night. Xie Lian could never have imagined that, of all things, someone would truly pass the wine cup to him. Only to blame his reaction being too quick without thinking. He immediately accepted it, and after accepting, instantly froze in bewilderment. However, looking over to the person who handed the wine, the other party was also stunned, and unexpectedly, it was Ming Yi. It turned out that a moment ago, the wine had been passed to Xie Lian, who, wanting to tease, deliberately passed it to Ming Yi. And Ming Yi, who was burying his head in eating and drinking, hadn't even bothered to look and casually passed it on. Only after passing it did he manage to react to what had happened, and he was rendered utterly speechless. At that exact moment, the sound of thunder also suddenly fell silent, leaving only the two people looking at each other in bewilderment. Although the one who received the wine cup was Xie Lian, everyone's gaze simultaneously turned towards Xie Lian and Mu Qing. It was not difficult to understand why Xie Lian had been obscure for over 800 years. 800 years ago, of course, there were many tales praising him, but by now they had long been lost, not to mention that on an occasion like today, there would fundamentally be no one specially erecting a stage to perform for him. Therefore, if one wanted to find a play featuring the character Crown Prince Xian Lu, it would only be a play where Xie Lian or Mu Qing played the main role. Because when folk plays compiled storylines about these two divine officials, they would sometimes pull Xie Lian into use, usually taking him as a backdrop, playing a minor role even to make the play more unique. They would decisively adapt Xie Lian into a villain, setting up some segments such as oppressing Mu Qing, who was lonely and without support, or stopping at no means to snatch away the things Xie Lian loved. If such a play were truly performed during the Mid-Autumn Banquet, regardless of whether the main characters of the story were pleased or not, it was certain that the rest of the audience would find it enjoyable. Xie Lian raised the small jade cup, and some divine officials had already begun to urge His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, come on, drink it all." A few more people urged again, and Xie Lian from a distance spoke up, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince cannot drink alcohol." Everyone clamorously replied, "It's just one cup. It's nothing." Junwu still silently supported his forehead with one hand at this moment. He slightly straightened up, seeming to want to speak. Xie Lian, sitting next to him, also asked, "Are you alright with it? If not, forget it. I'll spend 100,000 merit points to pull the curtain for you." Xie Lian feared that Xie would again impulsively scatter another 100,000 merit points. Even if one were generous, one could not be that generous. Furthermore, he had already watched all the plays, and there was nothing noteworthy, so he hurriedly said, no need. One cup surely won't be a concern." Finishing his words, he drained that wine cup. The precious wine flowed down his throat wherever it passed. It was first cold then hot. Xie Lian felt slightly tipsy, but only for a moment before he suppressed this dizziness. The curtain on all four sides of the pavilion was slowly pulled up. Everyone shifted their gaze, preparing to focus on the play. As soon as they looked, they were immediately surprised, only to see that, surprisingly, two people were standing on the stage. One person was in white robes, face as if powdered, full of a weathered appearance, with a conical hat on his back. It was indeed Xie Lian. The other person was in red robes, hair as black as ink, handsome and dashing, with a bright, clear face. A long snake wrapped around an arm was snatched away by Xie Lian. The person in red robes immediately grabbed the snake and threw it away, then held Xie Lian's hand tightly, not letting go. That demeanor, truly, was as if his heart had been fiercely pierced. As soon as this scene appeared, the divine officials, who were waiting to watch a good play, were all bewildered. Of course, Xie Lian himself was also stunned. At this moment, Junwu, sitting at the highest position at the banquet table, burst out laughing. "Which play is this? Seems I've never watched it before." Ling Wen immediately sent someone to investigate, and replied, "It seems this play is named Strange Travelogue of the Banyue Kingdom, Record of a Strange Journey in the Banyue Kingdom, newly compiled, and therefore never watched before. Tonight is its first performance in the mortal realm." Xie Lian said to Xie Lian, "It's probably people from the group of merchants who, after returning from Banyue Kingdom last time, found someone to write it. You've saved merit points, no need to pull the curtain anymore." Xie Lian displayed no reaction. The only people in the mortal realm who knew about the events of Banyu Kingdom could only be that group of merchants. Lian remembered that in the merchant caravan, there was a youth named Tiansheng who had indeed once said a few words about wanting to thank him or worship him. Could it be that this play was commissioned by Tiansheng, who spent money to hire someone to write it? But he had never told Tiansheng his name, and a youth as small as him was not necessarily capable enough to do something to this extent. On the other side below the stage, although the divine officials did not get to watch the play as they had imagined, of course, the play before their eyes was far more splendid. After all, if the rumors were true, then who else could the role of the person in red robes be but Hua Chang? Plays about crimson rain-sought flower are not few in the mortal realm, it's just that usually, they are entirely the kind of performances that make the heavenly realm's fellows watchin' secretly weep, such as the red-clad ghost burns 33 divine temples, and after burning them, the heavenly realm dares not utter a word, or crimson rain-sought flower, skilled with both hands, used only one hand to hang and beat civil and martial gods. Who knows what this play will be composed into? Anyway, the main character was also Lian. Regarding him, everyone just felt it was somehow unsuitable, completely not categorizing him within the scope of our own heavenly realm people, and so, even watching it was fine. Not to mention the exquisite stage, flawless production, and exceptionally well-made-up actors, it was indeed a masterpiece with heart. Therefore, some couldn't help but mutter to themselves how enjoyable it was, while watching and criticizing. Is that real? It's probably just an adaptation. How could Hua Chang ever speak to others like that? Nonsense, truly nonsense. What kind of Hua Chang has this play fabricated? Wake up. It's not a romance, yet they dared to fabricate such a thing. Anyway, it was also a play written specifically for him, therefore, Lian also sat and watched seriously. Honestly speaking, this play was not bad. Good makeup, and the play was also good. However, as someone being portrayed, he had one small opinion. It seemed the two main characters were a bit too intimate. The acting prowess of the one playing his role was quite remarkable, it was just that every time he opened his mouth to call San Lang, although his tone was not at all melodious, undulating, graceful, or lingering, Xie Lian felt it stirred a greater sense of unease within people than when Feng Shirnyang just called Shui Shi Darren Lord Husband and Dear Husband. Moreover, some of the ambiguous gestures seemed a touch excessive, such as hooking arms, putting arms around shoulders, or carrying in arms. There remained a lingering feeling of impropriety. But thinking it over carefully, it was indeed true that he had called Hua Chang that way, and it seemed those movements had truly been done before. At that time he felt there was no problem. Now looking back, it should also be that he felt there was no problem. Looking at the other divine officials, although they verbally cursed it as utter nonsense, they still watched engrossed, their eyes unblinking, with overwhelming ardor, and Xie Lian could only keep silent. After watching for a while, Shi Wudu suddenly spoke up. What are those two servants in the back doing? Hearing the two words servants, Feng Xian and Mu Qing froze imperceptibly. Ling Wen replied, those are not two servants. They are probably two minor martial officials from the middle court who, back then, had accepted the call from Nanyang Palace and Shenzhen Palace to rescue His Highness the Crown Prince. Unexpectedly, Nanyang Palace and Shenzhen Palace had people rescue Xie Lian. This was truly a marvel and an oddity, sounding no less unbelievable than Pei Ming solemnly and righteously, yet politely declining Peerless bow tie. Who threw themselves into his embrace. The divine officials unanimously looked over. Ling Wen added another sentence. They went voluntarily. Xie Lian smiled and asked, I forgot to ask, are Nan Feng and Fu Yao still well? Why haven't I seen those two come to visit today? Feng Xian faltered. Nan Feng is. Mu Qing replied with cool indifference. Fu Yao is currently grounded. Feng Xian immediately followed up. Nan Feng is also currently grounded. Xie Lian let out a soft exclamation of surprise, sighing, both of them are grounded? What a pity. While they were conversing, the spectacular play drew its curtains. Although everyone unanimously agreed it was nonsensical fabrication by an ignorant believer, yet because the nonsensical fabrication concerning Hua Chang was simply too delightful, it ultimately received rousing cheers throughout the hall. However, Pei Su was exiled due to the incident at Banyu Pass. After enjoying themselves, everyone did not forget to spare a moment of concern for Pei Ming. Shi Wudu asked General Pei, how is your Xiao Pei doing now? Pei Ming poured himself a drink and took a sip, shaking his head and replying, what else can be done? He doesn't care about what he should care about. I can no longer hold sway over him. On this side, Shi Qingxian could not bear to hear, and burst out laughing. Then in General Pei's eyes, what is it that should be cared about? Xiao Pei's future is a future, but other people's daughters are not? Shi Qingchuan's tone was not good, and Shi Wudu flicked his gaze over, saying, Qingxian, do not be impudent. As soon as Shi Wudu admonished him, Shi Qingxian immediately embarrassedly lowered his head. Seeing this, Pei Ming chuckled. Shui Shixiong, your younger brother is exceedingly formidable, only you can manage him. It's fine for Qingxian to provoke me now, but what if he provokes someone he shouldn't provoke later on? It would be difficult for them to show you the same deference as I do. Shi Wudu opened his fan, continuing to lecture his younger brother. Have you heard what General Pei said? Furthermore, how many times have I told you, don't keep transforming into this form and wandering about haphazardly. What semblance of propriety is that? I don't care what form you like. When you leave the door, you must use your original form. Although Shi Qingxian was very enamored with his female form and was not at all convinced, he still did not dare to oppose his elder brother. Xie Lian mused inwardly. Feng Shi said he wasn't afraid of his elder brother, but that might not be entirely true. Who would have thought? In the end, Shi Wudu said, what if you encounter someone potent in spiritual power yet malicious in intent like General Pei? Ling Wen burst into derisive laughter, and Pei Ming nearly spluttered out another mouthful of wine. Shui Shixiong, if you keep being like this, we won't be able to talk anymore. After finishing a round of eating, the grand banquet finally heralded its concluding event, the lantern lighting. In competition, all candlelight and sources of illumination in the immortal capital were extinguished except for the moonlight. There was only a boundless expanse of gloom. At the lakeside banquet, clouds of mist and fog dispersed across the lake's surface, and through the gently rippling and translucent lake water, one could see the mortal realm, dark as an abyss. The lantern lighting competition, the principal contest, centered on the number of ever-bright wish-granting lanterns offered in a divine official's most venerable and renowned temple on the Mid-Autumn Festival. One ever-bright wish-granting lantern was challenging to acquire even with 1,000 taels of gold, burning eternally without cessation. The order of the lantern competition was arranged from fewest to most. When it was a particular divine official's turn, the lanterns offered by their believers would fly up from below to the heavenly court, illuminating the boundless night sky with immeasurable beauty. This year, Xinwu Palace received 961 ever-bright lanterns, a quantity nearing 1,000, unprecedented in history. All divine officials believed it would surely surpass 1,000 next year. However, this was not the crucial matter. If the first place was forever first place, then first place would be divested of all significance, so everyone automatically excluded Xinwu Palace from the lantern lighting segment. What made people both amused and bewildered was that, as soon as the lantern lighting competition began, unexpectedly the first participant was Yu Shi. When Xie Lian saw a small lantern leisurely, swaying and crookedly fly up to the sky, and then heard Yu Shi Palace, one lantern, he almost wondered if he was still intoxicated and not yet sobered. No matter what, it could not possibly be so dire as to have but a single lantern. To confirm he wasn't drunk, he asked Shi Qingxian. They didn't report it wrong, did they? Shi Qingxian replied, no. There really is only one, and it's the one that the ox belonging to Yu Shi Daren's household had offered itself, merely to make up the numbers. Offering to oneself, this action was indeed very familiar. Xie Lian mused. The rainmaster was in charge of pouring rain, thus also a god of agriculture, and so he speculated, could it be that because the majority of His Excellency Rainmaster's devotees are farmers, they are not prosperous enough to make offerings? Shi Qingxian, however, said, Your Highness, you've misunderstood something about farmers. Don't you know many farmers have a lot of money? The truth is, the rainmaster once said, if one has money for offering lamps, it's better to farm. Therefore, from ancient times till now, devotees have always offered fresh fruits and vegetables. Hearing this, Xie Lian couldn't help but admire, thinking to himself, such a good thing exists? But then, Shi Qingxian continued later, His Excellency Rainmaster also said not to waste, so typically the offerings are only placed for a few days, then the devotees take them home to eat themselves. Further ahead, sparse and scattered, were all the minor heavenly officials. The Changming lamps ranged from a few to a few dozen, and no one showed much interest. But the further back one went, each time lamps soared upwards, the light became more resplendent, and everyone became more attentive. If not for the heavenly official responsible for reporting, a glance would reveal the number, but one might fear not being able to count how many lamps in the dense, tightly packed ribbon soared up together. Xie Lian wasn't quite clear, so he didn't offer any comments. He focused on enjoying the beautiful sight of the lamps illuminating the long, dark night, taking the opportunity to listen to others analyze the current situation of the lamp contest, even though he felt there was nothing worth analyzing about the matter. After about 2 incense sticks' time, the main event finally arrived one after another. The Mid-Autumn Festival Lamp Contest, the final round of competition for the last 10 ranks began. Starting from the bottom of the 10 ranks, Xie Lian heard the reporting heavenly official announce in a loud voice Chiang Temple, 421 lamps. Quan Yizhen had already left much earlier. The other heavenly officials, upon hearing this number, also made no attempt to conceal their clicking tongues in surprise. Although still young, the influence of this Western martial god was already extremely formidable for heavenly officials of similar background to him. 200 Changming lamps were already a great many, yet he had multiple times more. Lang Qianqiu, who had ascended much earlier than him, had slightly fewer Changming lamps than him. It truly was a breakthrough. But Xie Lian discovered that, sure enough, this young man's popularity in the upper heaven court was not very good. For apart from him and Shi Qingxian, it seemed hardly anyone truly admired this breakthrough. The next, Earthmaster Temple, 444 lamps. Apart from sipping a few more mouthfuls of soup, Ming Yi showed no reaction. Shi Qingxian was even more agitated than Ming Yi, constantly exclaiming, "It's decreased, it's decreased." As they were not very familiar with His Excellency Earthmaster, everyone clapped politely, as if congratulating him. Next came Shi Qingxian himself, Windmaster Temple, 523 lamps. In truth, whether a person was well liked or not was very easy to perceive. After the number of Changming lamps for Windmaster Temple was announced, before Shi Qingxian even spoke, thunderous applause suddenly erupted at the banquet table, with shouts of congratulations, congratulations, and truly deserving of the name, everywhere. Shi Qingxian was exceedingly pleased with himself, rising to clasp his hands in greeting in all directions, then loudly called out to Shi Wudu, "Brother, this year I'm rank 8. Shi Qingxian was like a student praised by his teacher, seeking rewards from his parents. Xie Lian watched and chuckled. Shi Wudu, however, admonished, "It's only rank 8. What's there to be so happy about?" This remark from Shi Wudu was truly too arrogant. In the entire upper heaven court, was there any official who was of mediocre rank? 500 Changming lamps, ranking as high as 8th. Yet through his mouth it was called only. So, could it be that heavenly officials ranking below 8th were not even just so? It wasn't that Shi Wudu didn't know these words were inappropriate, but he spoke them anyway because he feared nothing. Shi Qingxian's face fell, while Shi Wudu fanned himself, speaking with a reluctant air. However, the number of lamps is more than last year. Next year, it must certainly be even more. Hearing this, Shi Qingxian waved his hand again, smiling broadly. At the entire banquet table, only Ming Yi indifferently buried his head in his food, not cheering or supporting Shi Qingxian. So Shi Qingxian hit Ming Yi a few times, demanding that Ming Yi congratulate him. Ming Yi completely ignored Shi Qingxian, continuing to focus on eating. Shi Qingxian became angry and insisted that Ming Yi must clap for him. Xie Lian, sitting beside them, heard this and burst into loud laughter, saying no more. The next, Lingwen Temple, 536 lamps. Among the civil gods, Lingwen was considered the champion. However, few civil gods cheered. Instead, it was mainly the martial gods who showed respect. Xie Lian, sitting far away, offered his congratulations to him. From one side, he heard Shi Wudu and Pei Ming tell him to host a feast for guests. From the other side, he overheard some heavenly officials whispering that Lingwen had many devotees only because he had transformed into a male form, that Lingwen, seeing the martial god's power was great, had thus exerted effort to flatter the martial gods, not bothering to look at the civil gods, and that Lingwen was the heavenly official who loved to invite guests the most in the upper heaven court. And it was rumored that when inviting guests, Lingwen even invited courtesans and the like. Xie Lian shook his head. With only one thought in his heart, it's not easy being a female heavenly official. Next were Nanyang Temple and Xianzhen Temple, with 572 lamps and 573 lamps respectively. Mu Qing's expression softened, while Feng Xian showed neither joy nor anger, seemingly not caring much. Xie Lian couldn't help but feel perplexed. How could the numbers be so perfectly consecutive? It seemed too much of a coincidence, didn't it? He quietly asked Shi Qingxian and only then learned that it was because these two individuals had similar backgrounds, their territories were close, their strengths comparable, and furthermore, their relationship was not good. The devotees on both sides suppressed their anger and resolved to win, swearing that no matter how many lamps the opposing Peerless offered, they would definitely offer one more. They did not seek first place only to be higher than their opponent. Thus, they exerted their full strength, and each year there were victories and defeats. This year, at the last minute, Xianzhen Temple finally squeezed out one more lamp, defeating Nanyang Temple. At this moment it was as if they had won a battle, celebrating without regard for anyone else. After hearing this, Xie Lian couldn't help but murmur to himself outside. They're fighting tooth and nail just to have one more lamp than their opponent. Aren't these people going home to celebrate the festival? Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. The next, Mingguang Temple, 580 lamps. This number was already quite impressive, but Pei Ming showed no joy because compared to last year, the Changming lamps of Mingguang Temple had actually decreased this year. The incident with junior god Pei Su was considered a blow this year. It decreased by nearly 100 lamps. If not for Pei Ming's deep foundation holding firm, it might have decreased even more. Shi Wudu and Ling Wen also did not offer congratulations, only patted Pei Ming's shoulder. Only now did Xie Lian realize that the number of Changming lamps for these heavenly officials was very close, just a few tens or a dozen apart. It seemed there wasn't a huge difference. In other words, everyone was truly evenly matched, with no one being absolutely superior. No sooner had Xie Lian thought this than he RD the reporting heavenly officials say Watermaster Temple, 718 lamps. At the banquet table, there was a tumultuous stir, and exclamations of admiration rose from all directions. After they had time to react, the heavenly officials began to vie with each other to offer congratulations. Shi Wudu merely remained seated, not bothering to stand up, his expression not arrogant, but simply conveying a sense of naturally so. Perhaps throughout these past few hundred years, this was the time when the number of Changming lamps of the second-ranked heavenly official had come closest to that of Shanwu Temple. Xie Lian's first ascension was too long ago. A single lamp of blessings back then was even harder to obtain than now, so naturally, they could not be compared and evaluated together. However, this is called man dies for wealth, bird dies for food. Humanity's love for money will forever remain undiminished, truly deserving of the title God of Wealth. Shi Qingxian was even more excited than if he himself had received 700 lamps, clapping enthusiastically, constantly saying to Xie Lian, "That's my elder brother. It's my elder brother." Xie Lian smiled, "I know, it's your brother." The entire banquet table still saw only Ming Yi vigorously devouring rice in a manner unlike anyone else. In reality, Xie Lian felt that among everyone present, only Ming Yi seriously regarded the banquet as a banquet, for he had come to eat. It seemed that after many years of lurking in Ghost City without ever eating his fill, he now had to eat once tonight to recover all losses. Remembering the snacks in the roadside stalls in Ghost City, Xie Lian also somewhat understood, and then couldn't help but wonder, did Hua Cheng usually leisurely stroll along the paths of Ghost City? The most heart-stirring answer had been announced. Tonight, the divine officials had seen their fill of plays, spoken enough words, feeling content and satisfied, and finally began to prepare to rise and depart from the banquet. Unexpectedly, Su Wudu suddenly raised an eyebrow and folded his fan, saying, "Wait." If others said wait, it surely wouldn't have such powerful sway. But a person like Su Wudu, exactly like his epithet Watermaster, seemed born to command. The moment he opened his mouth, people subconsciously obeyed. Everyone also sat back down, asking, "All 10 ranks have been announced. Watermaster, Your Excellency, do you have any further matters?" Xie Lian thought to himself, could it be that he also wishes to scatter merits? Su Wudu flicked his fan. Have all 10 ranks been announced? Everyone was unsure of the meaning behind Su Wudu's rhetorical question. Su Qingxian said in surprise, "That's not right. That's not right, that's not right, that's not right. Not all 10 ranks have been announced. Even including the martial god temple, only 9 ranks were reported just now." The divine officials were suddenly startled. clamoring to ask only 9 ranks were reported? See, Ru, I counted, there are indeed only 9. Before Water Master, Your Excellency, is there still another person? What? Who else could it possibly be? I have no recollection whatsoever. Just at this moment in the dark night, a brilliant radiance like daylight suddenly burst forth. That light was none other than lanterns. Just like thousands upon thousands of fish swimming through rivers and seas, countless lanterns slowly ascended. They shimmered brightly in the darkness, radiantly dazzling like drifting souls or beautiful dreams, magnificent to the extreme, illuminating the entire dark human realm. Such a majestic scene, no words could possibly describe, only suspended breaths and broken words. Xie Lian stared blankly at the sky full of bright lanterns, as if suffocated, could hear nothing else, and remained dazed for a long time. Only after that, he then realized something was amiss. The gazes of all the divine officials at the banquet were all focused on him. It turned out that the reporting divine official was trembling and pointing at him. Xie Lian asked blankly, "What's wrong?" No one answered. Xie Lian then pointed at himself, asking, "Me?" Su Qingxian beside him patted his shoulder and replied, "Yes, brother." Xie Lian was still bewildered. "What about me? What exactly is wrong with me?" The reporting divine official swallowed with great difficulty, and finally opened his mouth once more. Immediately after that, all 100 divine officials hear he. RD an unbelievably trembling voice. Heavenly Lantern Temple, Crown Prince's Temple 3,000 lamps. Tiandang Quan, Crown Prince's Palace, 3,000 lamps. Volume 3 Chapter 92 Tiandang Quan. Chuangmin illuminates the long night too. 3,000 lamps. After a long moment of silence, commotion suddenly erupted on all sides. Even the Divine Might Palace, highest ranked and firm as a rock, had never before received 3,000 lamps in just one mid-autumn festival night, and even until now, no one had ever thought of such numbers. 1,000 was still somewhat conceivable, but 3,000, this was truly unprecedented, even more than divine officials from several previous cycles combined. Needless to say, one could imagine how unbelievable the divine officials felt in their hearts now. And immediately, a divine official blurted out, "Surely it's a miscalculation. Surely it's miscounted." However, setting aside the matter of whether the reporting divine official, who had counted lamps in the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet for so many years, would make a mistake precisely today, just by looking at that band of lamps forming a colossal luminous aura, even if humbly speaking, if it truly were a miscount of the quantity, then the error could only be an undercount, it could not possibly be an overcount. Therefore, another divine official asked, what if those lamps are not real blessing lamps? Perhaps they are just ordinary lamps? In reality, these words were synonymous with "is it falsified?" And several people also chimed in. Shi Qingxian spoke up, how could they be ordinary lamps? The specifications of ordinary lamps and Chuangmin blessing lamps are completely different. They fundamentally cannot fly up to the sky. How could there be a case of it not being real? If these words were Xie Lian's defense, perhaps everyone would continue to question, but if it was Shi Qingxian speaking, not to mention Shi Wudu was also here, others also found it inconvenient to say anything. Their way was blocked, so they then turned to another direction. Esteemed ones, where is this Tiandang Quan located? When was it built? By whom was it built? Does any immortal official know? The reporting divine official said, I don't know. But on those lamps it was truly written, flying up from Tiandang Quan. But I have never heard of any Tiandang Quan. Indeed, I have also never heard of it. Finally, Xie Lian also emerged from his silent astonishment. Hearing these words, he sincerely said, esteemed ones, truly, I dare not hide it. Not only have you never heard of it, I also have never heard of it. Surely it can't also be built by Tian Xin, right? Tonight, all divine officials were left utterly dumbfounded by this bombshell. Absolutely daring not to believe, everybody clamoring over each other. Truthfully, Xie Lian really wanted to say it's just a game, that's all. Why does everyone need to be so serious? But firstly, in the hearts of many people, the game was not considered a game. Secondly, Xie Lian was first in this game. If he said that, how would it be different from undermining his own achievement? Other divine officials also found it inconvenient to say that because other divine officials were all ranked after Xie Lian. Saying so would be like making excuses for themselves that not winning first place was nothing major, and that would be very embarrassing. At this moment, Pei Ming laughed and said, I already said that Crimson Rain sought Flower leading the crown prince away was not because he wanted to pick a fight with him. Previously esteemed ones you refused to believe, have you believed now? Thanks to Pei Ming's reminder, everyone suddenly had a great epiphany. If it was Hua Cheng, then with a wave of his hand, lighting 3,000 Chuangmin blessing lamps was also not an impossible matter. Ultimately, whether Xie Lian and Hua Cheng had a relationship or not, and ultimately what kind of relationship it was truly difficult to clearly distinguish. Previously, everyone believed that it was more believable there were no good intentions, because there was no reason why Hua Cheng, who had always had extreme animosity towards the heavenly realm, would suddenly treat Xie Lian differently. However, according to Hua Cheng's arrogant style of treating the heavens like dirt, there was also no reason he would suddenly play games of false affection with anyone. Today after the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, if one said there were no good intentions, one would fear it was somewhat lacking in basis. After all, it was 3,000 Chuangmin blessing lamps. Even the water master, in charge of wealth and fortune, could not just conjure them up instantly. Amidst the clamorous and chaotic scene, suddenly there was the sound of unhurried applause coming from the highest position at the banquet table. The divine officials looked towards the source of the sound, only to see Junwu both clapping and smiling as he spoke to Xie Lian. Xian Lu, congratulations. Xie Lian knew Junwu intended to help him out of his predicament, and his heart couldn't help but feel grateful, so he bowed his head to Junwu. Junwu sighed again, you can always create miracles. Seeing this, the banquet table gradually quieted down. After a moment's hesitation, finally, under Junwu's guidance, everyone, high and low, began to applaud, speaking words of congratulations. By this point, no matter how astonished they were, the heavenly gods and immortals could not but admit, upon the person of this crown prince, miracles have always been abundant. It was so in the past, and it remains so now. After the mid-autumn banquet dispersed, the Thunder Master, who had continuously rumbled with thunder, also concluded her work. The most enthusiastic cheerer was, of course, Shi Qingxian. No matter whose order was read out, Shi Qingxian was always the first to clap and cheer, except for Pei Ming. First, Xie Lian had thought he had cut in, causing the watermaster to grudgingly accept third place instead of second, wondering if there was any dissatisfaction, but looking at Shi Wudu, he seemed not at all displeased. Pei Ming and Ling Wen both offered their congratulations to him, and afterward, the three of them discussed whose mountain hot spring they should visit for a massage. Hearing this, Shi Qingxian asked, brother, are you brothers going out to play again? Shi Wudu folded his fan and said yes. Ling Wen crossed her arms, smiling as she asked, does Lord Wind Master wish to join us? Shi Qingxian said, I'm not going anywhere. I have an appointment. Shi Wudu frowned and said, don't make appointments with those disreputable sorts. Ling Wen said, no matter how disreputable, could they be as disreputable as General Pei? Pei Ming warned Jieqing, shut your mouth. Xie Lian waited for the two siblings to exchange a few words, then prepared to leave the banquet with Shi Qingxian. Along the way, he encountered Mu Qing. Xie Lian wasn't sure if Mu Qing was actually looking at him, but his eyebrows were no longer relaxed as before. Feng Xian, on the other hand, was his opposite. When he stood up to leave the banquet, he said to Xie Lian, congratulations. Xie Lian also nodded to Feng Xian, replying thank you. Lang Ying was arranged to stay at the Wind Master's immortal mansion in Xianjing. Now the boy looked very neat and clean, only he was still afraid of strangers as before. Xie Lian led him down, and along the way he remained silent, not uttering a single sound. Xie Lian went to the town above to buy some fresh fruit for him to eat, then instead of going straight back to Puqi village, he went to a small patch of woods to check first. Sure enough, currently that patch of woods was extremely lively. A bare-chested young man was hanging upside down from a tree by a white silk band, cursing profusely, his mouth full of foul language, while a small child squatted below, shooing mosquitoes away for him. Xie Lian told Lang Ying to wait outside, while he himself slowly walked closer. Seeing Xie Lian, the young man angrily cursed, you dog Xie Lian, why aren't you goddamn releasing me quickly? I'm dying, I'm about to die. Xie Lian, however, said softly, surely you haven't been bitten by mosquitoes for many years, have you? Isn't it good to taste the feeling of being alive again? This man was indeed Qi Rong. Xie Lian had anticipated that this man would not stay quiet and would certainly instigate Guzi to help him sever Rui, So he had already instructed Rui that if he tried to escape, it should just drag him into this patch of woods and give him a beating. Qi Rong relied on being in someone else's body, so Xie Lian couldn't beat him too many times, but making him suffer a little physical pain was still permissible. Having once chopped firewood and collected scraps in this area, he too had tasted the bitter fruit of mosquito bites. Now sure enough, Qi Rong was also covered in mosquito bites, his whole body inflamed, making him wish he were dead, and he cursed, "Where is your pure, benevolent heart? Why aren't you acting like a foolish good person anymore?" Guzi hugged Xie Lian's leg, sobbing, "Big brother, please let my father down. My father has been hanging for so long." Xie Lian patted his head, and then only two sounds were heard: ouch, thump, as Qi Rong instantly fell heavily to the ground. To return to Puqi village, one had to cross this maple forest. Xie Lian carried a bare-chested young man who was constantly cursing, followed by two children, one sobbing profusely, the other with head bowed in silence. He couldn't help but inwardly think, this group of people truly is too peculiar. Ascending the hillside, he said to the two children behind him, "Watch your step. This place is very easy to slip and fall." These words were true. Occasionally, when Xie Lian returned very late from collecting scraps in the town above, crossing this path in the dark, he had fallen countless times, though he knew not if it was due to some physical reason. Upon hearing this, Qi Rong immediately cried out, "Heavens! Please quickly make this person fall and die right here." Hearing this, Xie Lian only found it amusing. "What is a ghost like you praying to the heavens for?" At this moment, he suddenly saw gentle warm streams of light faintly appearing on the distant horizon, as if the pitch-black path below was also somewhat illuminated by them. He looked and indeed it was not his hallucination. The horizon truly held light. It was the light of those 3,000 lanterns. The lanterns floated and swayed in the night sky, vast and boundless, even eclipsing the moonlight and starlight. Xie Lian gazed dazedly and after a long while softly sighed. "Thank you." Qi Rong didn't know what it was and laughed mockingly. "What the hell are you thinking? People are just lighting them for fun. It's not like they're lit especially for you. Stop being so conceited." Xie Lian smiled without answering, nor did he refute, only saying, "The beautiful things that exist in the mortal world, that alone is already worth being thankful for." His heart held beautiful scenery, so he was not afraid of others spoiling his joy. Guided by the bright light in that distant horizon, he walked straight ahead without pause. Volume 3 Chapter 93 Ghost Pregnancy. Turmoil rises again in the human world. 1. Less than 2 days later, Xie Lian encountered an extremely great crisis. There was no food in the shrine. He alone in one day would eat a few steamed buns with a plate of pickled vegetables, picking a little cucumber to gnaw on, and that would settle things satisfactorily. The offerings from the villagers in Puqi village were already sufficient provisions. But now there were 3 more mouths in the shrine. 2 living people and 1 living ghost quickly consumed all the provisions he had stored. As for the 2 children, that was one hing, but a dead ghost like Qi Rong had possessed the body of that man and refused to come out. On one hand, he cursed Xie Lian for not treating him as a human, feeding him only garbage. On the other hand, he ate even more than others, making Xie Lian truly wish to stuff the bottom of the pot into his mouth. After scraping out the pot completely, Xie Lian decided to take the 2 little friends to wander the market, to see if he could pick up anything, and then take them to eat a delicious meal. If one were to say Xie Lian's luck was usually not very good, then today Xie Lian's luck must be said to be extremely bad. After circling once, he didn't pick up any scraps at all. Finally, he stood at the head of the street, bustling with people coming and going, and made a decision to return to his old profession. So he arranged for the 2 children to sit on one side, while he himself stood right at the head of the street, raising his voice. "Esteemed elders, kinsmen, neighbors. Today, this humble one has just arrived in your esteemed region, with a meager purse to perform a few small tricks, hoping to receive everyone's encouragement, to be given some provisions, to gather some travel expenses." Xie Lian's 2 sleeves fluttered, imbued with the air of a transcendent immortal, speaking fluently with a strong resonant voice. Idle people on the street vied with each other to surround him, saying, "What tricks do you know? Let's see some." Xie Lian happily asked, "Want to see plate spinny?" The people waved their hands. "Not difficult at all, that's just a trivial trick." "What else do you know?" Xie Lian continued to ask, want to see stone breaking on the chest? The people again said, too old, too old. What else do you know? Only then did Xie Lian realize that even street performances of miscellaneous acts had to keep up with the times. His forte from yesteryear had become a faded glory, utterly outdated, and no one appreciated it anymore. Seeing the crowd that had gathered about to disperse extremely reluctantly, Xie Lian had no choice but to unleash his killer move, taking out a stack of protective talismans woven by his own hands from his sleeve, saying, watch the performance, get a protective talisman for free, handmade by myself. Those passing by, do not miss it. Hearing that they would get something for free, the crowd that had dispersed instantly gathered again. What kind of protective talismans? Which Taoist temple consecrated them? Is it martial god emperor? Does it protect wealth luck? Give me a talisman of the god of wealth, thanks a lot. I want a talisman of Juyang Jun, please leave one for me. Xie Lian said, none. The talismans given are of Crown Prince Xian Lu. Puqi Shrine has consecrated them, guaranteed to be efficacious. Of course they must be efficacious. Other heavenly officials every day have at least thousands of people praying for blessings, their ears buzz, and if there's a little too much work, they'll hand it over to the higher subordinate junior heavenly officials. As for him, every day at most only a few people pray for blessings, so tell me whose chance of being heard is greater. All the people scoffed. What the heck is that? Never heard of it. Xie Lian continued to say, never heard of it is also fine. Puqi Shrine is located in Puqi Village 7 li from here. Welcome to visit. Visiting does not require preparing incense or candles. But without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the crowd instantly scattered. Each person, having not gone far, casually discarded the talismans they had just vied for. Xie Lian again followed behind, picked them up one by one, dusted them clean, and calmly put them back into his sleeve. While still picking them up, a pair of cloth shoes stopped in front of him. Xie Lian looked up, only to see Lang Ying's pitch-black eyes revealed from the bandages, staring at him. Xie Lian softly asked, what's wrong? You go over there, sit together with Guzi, wait for me a little longer and I'll be fine. Lang Ying remained silent. Just at this moment, the main door of a large building on the other side of the street suddenly opened wide. A person was thrown out, and immediately after was a furious roar quack. Passers-by hastily surrounded to watch the commotion, with dozens of pairs of feet pattering and trampling over. The pile of protective talismans, not yet picked up, was instantly trampled flat, dirty and ruined. Xie Lian stared, speechless, did not pick them up anymore, told Lang Huan to go back and look after Guzi, while he himself followed to see what was really happening. Only to see in front of that building, a man who looked like a wealthy merchant was arguing fiercely with an old man who looked like a physician. That wealthy merchant angrily demanded, what did you say when you came here yesterday? Didn't you say everything was fine and there was no need to worry? So what is this today? My wife did not fall, nor did she eat anything improper, so why is it suddenly like this? The physician cried out in protest, yesterday when I came to see your wife she truly was well. I think for this matter you should seek a Taoist, not a physician. That wealthy merchant flew into a rage, put his hands on his hips and pointed at the physician, yelling, my son is not yet lost. Why would a quack like you curse him? Beware. I will sue you until your family is ruined and your fortune lost. The physician hugged his medicine chest and said, even if you sue me it will be useless. This pulse reading I truly do not understand. Indeed in this life I have never seen such a thing. Everyone clamored and shouted, get another physician. Find a Taoist to come and see. Instinct told Xie Lian that there was something strange about this matter. He stood amidst the crowd, raised a hand and said, please look this way. A Taoist is here, I am a Taoist. Everyone collectively turned their heads and asked in surprise, aren't you a street performer who OES variety acts? Xie Lian replied in a polite tone, that is merely a sideline. Thank you. Finishing his words he stepped forward and asked, may I be taken to meet the venerable madam? From inside the house came waves of terrified screams. It was clear that all the women had completely panicked. The physician that the wealthy merchant had just called could not arrive immediately. Being desperate, he grew reckless. Unexpectedly, the wealthy merchant actually grabbed Xie Lian and rushed into the room. Xie Lian conveniently pulled that physician in as well. The three of them entered the inner room. The floor was entirely covered in blood. A young woman lay on a large bed draped with floral curtains, suffering agonizing pain, her face utterly pale, seemingly wanting to hug her belly and roll around, fortunately held down by several old women and maids. As for Xie Lian, the moment his foot crossed the threshold, the hair on the nape of his neck already stood on end. The yin energy in this room was extremely heavy, and that yin energy emanated from one place. The abdomen of that woman. Xie Lian immediately blocked those behind him and shouted, "Don't move. What's in her belly has a problem." The wealthy merchant cried out in panic, "Is my wife about to give birth?" The physician and the old women could not bear to listen any longer and said, "It's only 5 months now, how can she give birth?" The wealthy merchant irritably cursed the physician, "If she's not about to give birth, and you don't even know what disease it is, quack. You can't even understand the pulse reading." Seeing that the woman was about to lose consciousness, Xie Lian shouted, "All of you shut up." Then with a turn of his hand, he drew out his sword Fang Xie. Seeing Xie Lian suddenly draw out a dark several-foot-long weapon of ill omen, everyone was startled and jumped in fright, asking, "What do you want to do?" Next, they only saw Xie Lian loosen his grip, while the sword floated into the air. This time everyone was frozen in fear. Fang Xie hovered above, its tip pointing downwards, aimed directly at the protruding abdomen of that woman. The murderous aura of this sword was extremely heavy. Everyone saw the woman's abdomen suddenly begin to twitch. A lump of flesh protruded, sometimes moving to the left side of the abdomen, sometimes to the right. Moving back and forth, finally, the woman suddenly coughed violently, and a wisp of black smoke suddenly shot out from her mouth. Fang Xie had waited for a long time, and with one slash the black smoke scattered in all directions. That woman let out a tragic scream, "My son," then fainted on the spot. Only then did Xie Lian recall the sword, resheathing it behind his back, and said to the physician, "It's done." The physician stared with wide eyes and an open mouth. Xie Lian waved his hand several times before he hesitantly stepped forward. The wealthy merchant showed a look of joy. "Is my son saved?" Who would have thought the physician to okay her pulse for a while, then said with trepidation, "It's lost." The wealthy merchant was stunned, and a moment later he roared loudly, "Lost? How could it suddenly miscarry?" Xie Lian turned around and said again, "Your wife's pregnancy was not a miscarriage, it is lost. Lost, do you understand?" The wealthy merchant asked, "Isn't lost and miscarried the same?" Xie Lian said, "It's slightly different. A miscarriage is just a miscarriage. Lost means there was originally a baby in your lattice womb, but now it's nowhere to be seen." Sure enough, earlier the lattice belly was still protruding, yet now with no external wounds whatsoever, it had clearly sunken in, and moreover, it had sunken in a most unusual way. The wealthy merchant asked, "Wasn't my son still in her womb just now?" Xie Lian replied, "What was in there just now was not your son. What distended your lattice belly was merely that wisp of black smoke." After the physician confirmed that the lady had merely fainted and was not in any life-threatening danger, they left the room. The wealthy merchant asked, "How should I address you, Taoist priest? Which temple do you come from? Which true monarch do you worship?" Xie Lian replied, "My humble name is Xie," originally intending to continue with Puji Shrine, but as the words reached his lips, he inexplicably changed them to Heavenly Lantern Shrine. After uttering those 3 words, he inexplicably felt his face warm. The wealthy merchant uttered an "oh" and asked, "Never heard of it. Is it very far?" Xie Lian also didn't know if it was far and softly replied, After exchanging a few pleasantries, the wealthy merchant then anxiously and frantically said, "Taoist priest, what kind of demon was that just now? Was that thing my lady has always carried in her womb?" "Precisely that? A wisp of black energy." After changing the subject, Xie Lian also adjusted his expression and said, "Not necessarily always. Didn't you say that yesterday, when you invited the physician to examine her, your lady was still healthy? Most likely, her pulse was stable then, but today it is so chaotic. It is feared the fetus encountered trouble last night. You'd best reflect on whether your lady did anything last night, or if anything strange happened." The wealthy merchant said, "Nothing at all happened last night, and my lady didn't go out. Ever since lighting incense at the hall of Juyong to pray for this child, she specially erected a shrine to true monarch Juyong in the house, reciting scriptures and lighting incense daily. never leaving the door by half a step, devout to death. Oh. Xie Lian mused to himself that if Feng Xian knew someone was worshipping him like that, he'd be the one wanting to die. After a moment of thought he asked further, so did she have any strange dreams? The wealthy merchant, startled, said yes. Xie Lian brightened up, only to hear the wealthy merchant continue, Taoist priest, you truly predict matters like a god. Last night my lady did indeed have a strange dream. She dreamt of a child playing with her, calling her mother. Dreaming until midnight, she suddenly felt something kick her belly and jolted awake, even joyfully telling me that perhaps the child in her womb was eager to meet its parents, so it greeted them first. At that time I even teased her about it. In an instant Xie Lian had reached a conclusion, saying, then this child has a problem. Pausing for a moment he asked further, how old was this child? What did it look like? Did your lady mention it? The wealthy merchant was so frightened that cold sweat streamed down him, replying, I fear she doesn't remember anything when she told me then. She didn't state precisely how old it was, only vaguely felt it must have been very small, and wanted her to hold it, felt very light in her arms. Pondering for a moment, Xie Lian said, I will ask you a few more questions. You must answer truthfully, otherwise, this matter will be difficult to investigate thoroughly. Firstly, are there any concubines vying for favor in your household? Secondly, has this lady of yours ever had an abortion before? Asking about concubines vying for favor was to see if a curse had arisen from jealousy over a husband, for once women, tied down year-round within the deep courtyards of their homes, began to feel envy, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Asking if she had ever had an abortion was because if a pregnancy had been terminated due to some illegitimate reason, resentment might linger in the birth mother's body, preventing a new child from living peacefully. After repeated confirmations from Xie Lian, the wealthy merchant finally confessed truthfully, unexpectedly having everything guessed correctly. Not only did his household have several concubines, constantly bickering and nagging, but he also kept a mistress outside, eagerly hoping to be brought in. Furthermore, this latter's personal maid also confessed that her mistress was originally a concubine, had once been pregnant, and naively believed some folk remedies from a wandering quack physician, who claimed the fetus was a girl. But she desired to give birth to a son to become the first wife, and thus took medicine to abort that child. Upon hearing this, Xie Lian felt a headache coming on. The wealthy merchant, restless with fear, asked, Taoist priest, is it perhaps that unborn daughter seeking revenge? Xie Lian said, it's possible but not entirely so. After all, your lady didn't specify exactly how old the child in her dream was, or whether it was male or female. The wealthy merchant continued to ask, then, Taoist priest, if that wisp of black energy only entered my lattice womb last night, then, where has my son gone? Volume 3 Chapter 94 Ghost Pregnancy. Turmoil rises again in the human realm too. Xie Lian said, perhaps it has been eaten. The rich merchant trembled, eaten? Xie Lian nodded. The rich merchant asked further, so Reverend, what should be done now? I asked, till have a lady Ru who is also pregnant. What if that demon returns? Unexpectedly in his house, he still had a pregnant woman. Xie Lian raised his hand and said, calm down, don't be anxious. I'll ask a bit more, does your wife still remember where was the place she met that child in the dream? The rich merchant replied, she said she only vaguely remembers a large house. She certainly doesn't remember any more than that. It was just a dream, who would remember it so clearly? Then gritting his teeth he said, I only got to have a son after 40 years old, I am so miserable. Reverend, can you capture and kill that demon? It cannot be allowed to harm my family anymore. Xie Lian said, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I will try my utmost. The rich merchant's face lit up with joy, and rubbing his hands he said, good, what does Reverend need? Remuneration is not a problem. Xie Lian continued, remuneration is not needed. I just require your help in arranging a few matters. Firstly, I trouble you to find a set of unused women's clothing for me. It must be wide enough for a man to wear. And furthermore, I'm afraid I also need a strand of hair from your Lady Ru, to be used for a spell. The rich merchant ordered his servants, write it down. Xie Lian said, secondly, please instruct your pregnant Lady Ru that it's best for her to sleep in a different room. But no matter where she is or at what time, if she hears a strange child's voice calling her mother, please remember not to respond. Absolutely do not respond. Keeping her mouth shut is best. Although usually when one dreams they won't know they are dreaming and might be bewildered. If you repeatedly tell her this, making her mind deeply engrave this, perhaps it will have an effect. The rich merchant agreed, and Xie Lian continued. Thirdly, I have brought 2 young companions. I trouble you to help me take care of them and arrange a good meal. The rich merchant said, these trivial matters, don't even mention a few, I can do 100 such things for you. Finally came the most important matter. Xie Lian said. Fourthly, he took a talisman blessed by Pu Qi Shrine from his sleeve, offered it with both hands, and said with utmost solemnity, please shout aloud the phrase, please, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince protect me. Before this talisman. Only then will this matter be recorded in the name of my shrine. Oh! At night, Xie Lian again changed into a set of women's clothes. Although it was said he seemed accustomed to wearing women's clothes with ease, playing the role of a pregnant woman was still the first time. He looked into the dressing mirror, taking less than half an incense stick's time, finally stuffing the pillow into his belly, then hiding the strand of pregnant woman's hair inside the pillow. Xie Lian lay still on the bed, calming his heart and quieting his breath, slowing his breathing, and before long, he had drifted into a daze and fallen asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Xie Lian slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was no longer that concubine's room, but a magnificent tower room. Xie Lian's first reaction was to feel around to see if Feng Xian was with him, and only after feeling it did he feel at ease. After all, Feng Xian was also a precious sword, so it was tied tightly to his body. Next, Xie Lian slowly sat up and suddenly discovered his palms were sticky. He raised them to examine, only then realizing he was lying on a bed, and the large patches of bloodstains on the bed were, one must say, horrifyingly terrifying. They had not yet completely dried, dyeing half of his body red, a sight that took his breath away. Xie Lian also wasn't surprised by it. He got off the bed and walked a few steps, then suddenly felt something fall from his body. He lowered his head to look, and unexpectedly it was that pillow. So he hastily picked it up and stuffed it back. He walked a few more steps and his belly again fell down. Xie Lian could only use both hands to hold it, observing his surroundings. Growing up in the imperial palace from childhood, accustomed to familiar sights and sounds, he had unconsciously changed, and regarding beauty and ugliness, Xie Lian had his own way of seeing things. In his opinion, although this small building was truly magnificent and splendid, yet it was filled with the scent of cosmetics. If he were asked to guess, it felt like a wine house or a place for seeking pleasure. Moreover, Kampa read to the style of prevalent architecture today. This style was indeed a bit ancient, just like rooms from several hundred years ago. He didn't know where it actually was. If that was the case, there was very little chance that it was the fetal spirit of the rich merchant's aborted daughter causing trouble. Because illusions created by demons often rely on their own perception, clearly this type of ancient room from several hundred years ago could only exist in the perception of a several hundred-year-old demon. After walking around once, seeing no trace of anyone, Xie Lian returned to the room where he had initially been lying. This was a woman's bedroom with a dressing table placed, and the wardrobe could also be opened. Inside it contained some children's clothes and toys such as dolls and rattle drums. Xie Lian checked each item one by one, discovering they were all brand new. It could be seen that the female owner of this place greatly cherished those items. In other words, for her child, that woman dedicated her complete love. After rummaging around for a while, Xie Lian was suddenly startled. Inside these child's clothes there was also a talisman tucked away. And that talisman unexpectedly was his own talisman. So utterly astonished, Xie Lian could not help but want to confirm multiple times. That's right, this was truly his protective talisman. Furthermore, it was not the crude kind of protective talisman that he currently, himself, went up the mountains to pick fra. Grant grass, wove himself, drew himself, bought red thread himself to tie, but was the type of protective talisman prevalent throughout the country, almost everyone carrying one from 800 years ago. During the most radiant era of Crown Prince Xianlu, the material and patterns of the talisman were exceptionally exquisite. From where it came, whether it had been consecrated, all were perfectly clear. Could it be that the female owner of this chamber was once his devotee? At that very moment, amidst the utterly silent space, Xie Lian suddenly heard a burst of giggling laughter. No matter how it opened its mouth, How tragically it wailed, Xie Lian remained as calm as a jar, not even opening his mouth. He could conclude that this child's spirit was a fetal spirit, and this room was where it or its mother once lived. As it had no exact form, assuming it was of whatever age when it died, it would appear in that shape when causing mischief, but most of the time it was a wisp of black smoke, or a hazy white shadow, which proved that it itself was unsure of what form it should take. Furthermore, the pile of children's clothes in the wardrobe had clearly never been worn, coupled with a series of terrifying bloodstains on the bed. Xie Lian surmised that the female owner of this room must have suffered a miscarriage, and her unborn child had taken shape, possessing a bit of its own consciousness after transforming into a fetal spirit. It wished to return to its mother's womb. Which was why it sought out the rich merchant's wife. In the dream, it opened its mouth and called the woman mother, and the woman erred by opening her mouth to respond to it. One must know that the bond between mother and child was not ordinary. Responding in such a way was no different from a permission to take whatever it desired. When the woman opened her mouth again, it conveniently created an opportunity for the evil creature to target a weak point and infiltrate. Thus, that little ghost crawled into her mouth, slid down into her belly, completely consumed the fetus originally within her womb, and finally usurped the fetus position. Although Xie Lian was a man, he also wasn't sure if, should he open his mouth to respond, that child's spirit would seize the chance to crawl into his own belly as well, but to prevent all eventualities, keeping his mouth shut was still better. So on this side Xie Lian tightly shut his mouth, and on that side held the Feng Xian sword, tracking the child's whereabouts everywhere. From before until now, his intuition regarding danger had always been sharp, honed by myriad challenges through countless real battles. He originally didn't need to look closely wherever he suspected it to be. He would thrust a blow there 8 or 9 times out of 10 he would strike true. Although trapped within the illusion created by that child's spirit, the damage Xie Lian inflicted upon it was also weakened by several degrees, but having been struck by Xie Lian multiple times it was perhaps at its limit. After a while, Xie Lian suddenly felt a sharp pain beneath his foot. It turned out he had stepped on something extremely sharp, causing him to involuntarily halt. Seeing Xie Lian fall for the trick, the child's spirit seemed to let out a short, cunning laugh. Although the laugh sounded truly childish, it was absolutely not the laugh of a child. On the contrary, it sounded as if it belonged to a treacherous adult worlds apart, causing one's hair to stand on end. Unexpectedly, Xie Lian's expression did not change, nor did he stop for a single step. He backhanded another thrust. He struck true again. The child's spirit let out an ah sound, having bitten off more than it could chew, and retreated far away. Only then did Xie Lian lower his head to look at the sole of his shoe. It turned out he had stepped on a sharp, upturned needle. Of course, it was intentionally placed there by the child's spirit. It seemed it truly hoped Xie Lian would scream in pain. Unfortunately, it had miscalculated. Xie Lian was exceptionally skilled at enduring pain, let alone stepping on a needle. Even if his calf were caught in a several-foot-long animal trap, if necessary, he could still hold back from making a single sound. The tiny needle had pierced deeply. Xie Lian had originally intended to remove it first, but after being forced into submission, the child's spirit suddenly leaped out. Fearing it would seize the opportunity to escape and harm others, Xie Lian the needle still in his foot, chased it out of the room. Before long, he no longer felt pain, his steps swift as if flying. Searching the entire building once, he still couldn't find it. Xie Lian couldn't help but feel vexed. Could it be that I scared it away with my beating? Just then, a window frame not far away swung wide open by itself, even though there was no wind. Xie Lian immediately ran over, and as he stepped up to look, he was utterly stunned. He saw only that outside the window there was no street, no mountains, no passers-by, only a deep lake whose bottom could not be seen. Opposite the deep lake was a room, and in the room were 2 youngsters sitting around a table scooping rice, none other than Lang Huin and Gu Zi. However, they were completely unaware that above their heads, a thick wisp of black mist was swirling around, emitting soft giggles and calling out in a clear, sharp voice, "Mother! Mother!" His heart instantly tensed. Xie Lian placed both hands on the window bars, unconsciously wanting to call out a warning, but suddenly remembering he could not open his mouth, thus he could only force himself to remain silent. Although this was merely an illusion created by that child's spirit, he did not know if Lang Huin and Gu Zi had been drawn into it as well. If that were the case, The harm they endured here would manifest more severely on their real-world bodies. Xie Lian wanted to find a vase to throw across as a warning, but he couldn't find anything to throw. Tables and chairs were impossible to throw, and between the two rooms was a large lake. Did it mean he had to swim across? At this moment, Xie listlessly yawned, and the wisp of black smoke suddenly gathered, looking as though it was about to crawl into his mouth. The defense of a child's body was very weak even without permission. Who knew this thing might still be able to invade? There was no longer time to slowly deliberate or slowly swim across. Xie Lian immediately made a decision, shouting, "Shut your mouths! Run!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Lang Huan and Xie were indeed startled awake, so scared that they simultaneously shut their mouths and immediately jumped up. The child's spirit vanished in an instant, and the very next second, a wisp of black smoke exploded in front of Xie Lian. Even though he shut his mouth immediately after shouting, Xie Lian still felt a cold gust of air pour into his mouth. The black smoke crawled into his belly. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt as if they would freeze solid in an instant. He clenched his teeth, quickly unfastened several protective talismans, took out the fragrant grass and paper talismans inside, strenuously chewed them to a pulp, then swallowed. Not long after, his throat tingled, and the wisp of black smoke was suddenly vomited out by him. Xie Lian used his sleeve to cover his mouth, coughing hoarsely, choking until tears streamed from his eyes, hastily considering a counter-strategy. After being vomited out by Xie Lian, the wisp of black smoke still enveloped his upper body, clinging relentlessly. Xie Lian then pressed his hands onto the window bars, vaulted himself, and leaped into the lake outside the window. With a plop, Xie Lian dropped deep into the lake. He held his breath, crossed his legs and clasped his hands together, adopting a meditative posture, allowing his body to slowly sink deeper into the icy cold lake water. After his heartbeat recovered, Xie Lian looked up, faintly seeing a wisp of black mist swirling above, completely sealing off the surface of the water. As soon as he surfaced, he would surely take a deep breath, and as soon as he took that breath, he would certainly inhale the child's spirit entirely into his belly. If a man, perfectly fine, suddenly developed a big belly, that certainly wouldn't be pleasant to behold. However, jumping into the water was merely to find a little free time to think. Not long after, Xie Lian had thought of a way to deal with it, musing to himself, what's wrong with swallowing it? I'll just swallow Feng Xian too. Back when he was performing street artistry, Xie Lian had also learned the trick of sword swallowing. Although swallowing it could be detrimental to health, generally speaking, it was nothing to fret over after all. As long as he could catch that child's spirit, all would be well. After making up his mind, Xie Lian released his hands and swam to the side. He then heard a heavy splash from above, and abruptly his 6 shaun was consumed by large, dazzling crimson patches. Strands of glossy black hair swirled and enveloped Xie Lian's entire line of sight. Water bubbles and air bubbles gurgle gathered, making it impossible to see anything clearly anymore. Xie Lian blinked, trying to push away the tumultuous, myriad glass-like bubbles, and then felt a pair of firm hands. One hand embraced his waist, the other clasped his chin. The next second, something soft and icy cold sealed his lips. Book 3 Chapter 95 Tangled Emotions. Don't say the heart isn't stirred. 1. Suddenly, Xie Lian widened his 2 eyes. In this life he had never been treated like this by anyone. Firstly, no one dared. Secondly, no one was capable enough. Yet this person was like a demon, like a ghost, appearing too quickly. Xie Lian hadn't even had time to prepare when he had already fallen into such a situation. Momentarily flustered, limbs flailing, trying with all his might to push the other party away, but only choking on a few more mouthfuls of water. You see, water bubbles like glass beads sprayed in strings from his mouth. This was precisely the most taboo thing when underwater. Right after that, the other party squeezed Xie Lian's waist tighter. The two people's bodies pressed even closer together. Xie Lian's wildly pushing hands were forced to fold against his own chest, making him unable to move. His lips were also sealed. The kiss became even more passionate. A gentle, cold stream of air slowly passed her. Oof! Amidst his bewildered confusion and resigned endurance, Xie Lian clearly saw the other person's face. It was Hua Cheng. The moment he realized it was Hua Cheng, Xie Lian stopped struggling immediately. Many miscellaneous chaotic thoughts bubbled up in his heart, utterly out of place, such as so it was Hua Cheng, no wonder it was so cold. Ghosts do not need to breathe, yet they could still transmit air to him. But could it be that ghosts do not sink in water? At this very moment, Hua Cheng suddenly opened his eyes. In the very moment he met those pitch-black eyes so close at hand, Xie Lian stiffened all over again, then suddenly thrashed, kicking the water violently, just like a clumsy duck accidentally sinking underwater. That splashing action was easily neutralized by Hua Cheng. He embraced Xie Lian's waist, swimming swiftly upwards. Not long after, the two suddenly emerged from the water's surface. The bottom of the water was freezing cold. The air was also ice cold, but Xie Lian's entire body was now burning hot. The moment he emerged from the water, he had wanted to turn his head away, but the black smoke, like a stalking tiger, still covered the area above. Seeing someone emerge, it immediately swarmed around. Xie Lian had only just turned his head a little, when he was instantly seized by Hua Cheng's hand on the back of his neck and twisted back. Their four lips, not yet separated for long, were pressed tightly together again. Xie Lian was kissed until his lips were both painful and numb, almost losing all sensation. If it had been anyone else, he would have long since plunged a sword into them, but the other party was Hua Cheng. He completely did not know what he should do, forced to the point of tears. At this moment Xie Lian saw from beside the two of them, thousands upon thousands of silver butterflies flying out fiercely from the water's surface, sweeping past Hua Cheng's face. Accompanied by a piercing screech, a rain of butterflies, dense like steel bullets, shot out from under the water, their wings reflecting light as sharp and cold as blades, instantly slashed, causing the child spirit to scream mournfully incessantly. The black smoke scattered wildly, fleeing desperately everywhere. Alas, the swarm of butterflies covering the sky and obscuring the earth had surrounded it in the middle. No matter how it charged horizontally and struck directly, it could not break out. Meanwhile, Hua Cheng did not even bother to lift his eyes, embracing Xie Lian and diving back into the water once more. After a while, the two people's lips finally separated. As soon as they separated, Xie Lian again spat out a string of air bubbles, while Hua Cheng used one hand to throw a die. Unexpectedly, the die could still spin extremely fast in the water, creating a powerful whirlpool, finally stopping. A moment later, the two emerged from the water's surface once more. This time not far from them was the shore, so Hua Cheng led Xie Lian to swim over. He did not know where this shore was. There were lights and human voices, seeming both near and far. On the water surface behind them, the swarm of butterflies, carrying a wisp of black smoke, shot up to the sky, flying towards the place where the lights flickered, leaving only the long mournful cry of the fetal spirit all the way mother. The two went ashore, sitting down heavily on the ground. Face to face like that, only then did Xie Lian clearly see Hua Cheng's appearance before him. In truth, the two of them had only not met for a few days, yet Xie Lian felt as if they had not met for a very long time. Every time they met, Hua Cheng was always beautiful in a different way. It seemed that this time he was 1 or 2 years older than the last. Hua Cheng's face was already handsome. Emerging from the water it looked even more dazzling. His hair was jet black, his skin as white as snow. On his right cheek was an extremely thin strand of hair braided into a small plait, a red thread painstakingly woven into it. This was the first time Xie Lian discovered. Above the center of Hua Cheng's forehead, there was a small widow's peak, enhancing the delicate beauty of his face. On the other hand, the eye covered by the black eye patch added a few streaks of murderous aura, diminishing that delicate part, helping Hua Cheng's beauty achieve a nearly perfect balance. Hua Cheng frowned, seemingly enduring something, taking a few quick breaths then opening his mouth, his voice clearly, deeper and more muffled than before, saying, "Your Highness." From Xie Lian's body to his hair, everything was dripping water. His lips were swollen and red, his two eyes unfocused. He was stunned for a long while before hesitantly speaking. After countless Xie Lian suddenly blurted out a phrase that made no sense. "I feel a little hungry." Hearing this, Hua Cheng was stunned. Xie Lian had not yet recovered his senses from the shock, awkwardly saying no. I feel a little sleepy." He turned over, turning his back towards Hua Cheng, his hands and knees touching the ground, slowly fumbling around, as if searching for something. Hua Cheng behind him asked, "What are you looking for?" Xie Lian unconsciously dared not look at Hua Cheng. his mouth speaking incoherently. I'm looking for something. I'm looking for my hat. Where's my hat? If another person were to see, upon seeing the scene before them, they would surely let out a mournful cry. It's over. He's gone mad. In truth, it was only because Xie Lian had never experienced this before, momentarily suffering too great a shock, hence he was a little out of control. Xie Lian used both hands and knees with his back towards Huacheng, taking a few steps on the ground, muttering, I can't find it. I have to go. I have to go home to eat. I have to pick up scraps. Huacheng said, I'm sorry. Realizing Huacheng's voice coming from behind was nearing, Xie Lian suddenly leaped up, shouting loudly, I must go. His cry sounded as if he were screaming for his life. Huacheng snapped no. Xie Lian hastily wanted to run, but before he could take a few steps, the sole of his foot suddenly tilted, and he tumbled down to the ground again. He turned his head back to look. On the ground stretched a trail of blood. The needle that had pierced the sole of his foot was now fully embedded within. Huacheng seized his ankle, his tone changing. He asked, what is the matter, Gidge? Xie Lian hastily pulled his foot back, saying, it's nothing, it's absolutely nothing. I don't hurt at all, it's completely fine. Huacheng was slightly angered. How could Gidge not be in pain? Saying this, he began to move his hands, apparently intending to remove his shoe, scaring Xie Lian to the point that he tucked his head down and crawled forward, crawling and shouting, no, don't. Xie Lian crawled forward, but Huacheng pulled him back, preventing him from crawling. The place descended into utter chaos, finally alarming the others on the shore. A cacophony of drums beating, gongs clanging, ghosts wailing, and wolves howling rang out as a crowd of crooked gourds and rotten plus no one knew what kind of creatures they were bustled to surround them, crying out noisily, how audacious. Who is that? Don't you know where this is? Tired of living or want to die again? Oh heavens, isn't that the city lord? The ghosts immediately joined together, shouting loudly, greetings, venerable city lord. Xie Lian secretly lamented, only wishing he could cover his face with both hands. He hadn't expected this place to be Ghost City. Among the ghosts, there were many whom Xie Lian had only briefly glimpsed the last time, and he also saw a familiar pig-headed ghost. The two of them were soaking wet, surrounded by countless people and ghosts watching, with Huacheng still gripping his ankle, refusing to let go. Finally, this profoundly shocking scene also brought him back to his senses somewhat. To their surprise, after clearly realizing one of them was Huacheng, the ghosts became even more excited, whooping and yelling, City Lord, are you going to ravish it? Do you need a hand? Well, hold it down for you. Huacheng snapped scram. The ghosts then fled in haste. But even though they watched from a distance, not daring to approach, Xie Lian also wished he could just faint, because Huacheng had stood up, bent down, and with a light scoop lifted Xie Lian into his arms, calmly making his way towards the shore. Xie Lian was still wearing women's clothes. Fortunately, the pillow was no longer in his belly, otherwise this image could have been even more frightful. It was just that frightening feeling that had helped Xie Lian become fully sober. He struggled a few times in Huacheng's arms, regrettably unable to break free. He could only give a light cough, saying, San Lang, I apologize. Just now I was a little disrespectful, and made a fool of myself in front of you. To Xie Lian, what had just happened in that instant was indeed a great shock. For now, let's just call it a shock, for after all it was the first time. But it wasn't just because it was the first time. Throughout the past few hundred years, it wasn't as if there had never been alluring naked ghost women tempting him, but he had never felt so humiliated and embarrassed. Why it had devolved to this state now, Xie Lian could only assume it was certainly because the national master had only taught him how to guard against women, but not how to guard against men. He had no experience, so at this moment, he was caught utterly unprepared. Recalling the string of his reactions just now, Xie Lian felt a little embarrassed, feeling that he had overreacted a bit. He mused to himself that San Lang had originally meant well, yet he had been so terrified towards someone who had helped him. It was truly ill-mannered. Then he heard Huacheng say, it's nothing, it was I who acted presumptuously. I disrespected Gidge. San Lang should indeed apologize. Seeing Huacheng didn't take it to heart, Xie Lian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, saying at that moment, the circumstances were urgent. You merely lent a hand, it was never a big deal. Oh, that's right. He still remembered what he was originally doing, and asked San Lang, why did you appear so suddenly? Where is that child's spirit? Hua Cheng's tone, however, brooked no questioning. Treat the injury first. While talking, the two of them had arrived before a magnificent building. Xie Lian lifted his head to look, unexpectedly seeing the three characters Pleasure Palace written on the building. He was utterly astonished. Could it be that the Pleasure Palace, which had been burnt down, was rebuilt so quickly? Moreover, it was repaired exactly as it had been before. But due to an uneasy conscience, Xie Lian also hesitated to ask. Hua Cheng carried him inside, placing him onto a dark jade platform. Xie Lian sat on the platform while Hua Cheng knelt on one knee before it, lifting his injured foot up to examine the small, blood-stained hole on the sole of his foot. This posture created a profound sense of unease. Xie Lian said this won't do. No sooner had he spoken than he tried to climb back down, but Hua Cheng gently pressed him back onto the platform, his hands both steady and swift as he removed his shoe and sock. This foot coincidentally happened to be the one bound by Xie Lian's cursed shackle. A deep black band chained around his pristine white ankle, a contrast beyond stark. Hua Cheng only paused his gaze for a moment at that softly curved ankle, before finally pressing his palm against the place where Xie Lian was injured, saying, "It will probably hurt a little, Gidge, don't hold it in. If it pains you, just let it out." Ah, this scene is too beautiful. Book 3 Chapter 96 Heartstrings Tangled. Don't say the heart isn't stirred too. Feline said. His words were not yet finished. He only felt Hua Cheng gently apply force. A sharp pain instantly crawled upwards, causing him to involuntarily retract his leg. Although Hua Cheng's movements were already very restrained, that little pain was insignificant to Ta Lin, but for some unknown reason in front of Hua Cheng, he seemed unable to hide his pain. Perhaps it was because Hua Cheng had said a sentence to him earlier, making it so that the more he wanted to endure, the more he failed. Noticing Ta Lin withdraw his leg, Hua Cheng immediately tightened his grip on his ankle, saying softly, "It's all right. It'll be over soon. Don't be afraid." Ta Lin shook his head. Meanwhile, Hua Cheng's movements became even gentler, acting with lightning speed, and when he raised his hand again, he had already extracted a tiny needle, saying, "All right, it's nothing." Ta Lin observed intently. The needle point glinted with a malevolent light. Hua Cheng merely lightly closed his 5 fingers and had crushed it into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the air. Seeing this, Ta Lin temporarily set his unease aside, saying thoughtfully, "The resentful energy is too heavy. Normally, a fetal spirit does not possess such strong spiritual power." Hua Cheng stood up, saying, "That's right. Therefore, it is certainly not a fetal spirit that died normally." At this moment, a masked person bowing their head walked in, holding a ceramic jar with both hands, and handed it to Hua Cheng. Ta Lin subconsciously observed to see if this person's wrist was wearing a cursed shackle, but this time the opponent's sleeves were tightly bound. Hua Cheng took it, used one hand to lift the ceramic jar to look, then turned and gave it to Ta Lin, who was sitting on the black jade throne. Even before it got closer, Ta Lin already heard from inside the mournful, muffled sobs of a child. It seemed there was also something wildly crashing around inside, crashing to the point that the ceramic jar gently swayed, as if it couldn't stand steadily, making him unable to help but raise his guard. Ta Lin took the ceramic jar, lifted a corner of the seal sticker on the mouth of the ceramic jar, and just a quick glance made his spine instantly turn cold. He only saw a lump of something that looked like an embryo curled up inside. Although its limbs had all grown out, they were weak and limp, its head hidden in the darkness. Observing the whole thing, it was truly no different from a deformed internal organ. This was its true form. Ta Lin immediately closed the jar, saying, "So that's how it is." He had heard before that some people would seek out pregnant women who were not yet full term, cut open and take out the living child from that pregnant woman's womb, turn it into a ghost child to perform some magic, commanding it to harm people, protect themselves, or guard the house and protect wealth, guarding the house, protecting fortune. So it seems this fetal spirit is precisely the result of that kind of dark magic, and its mother most likely was once a follower of Ta Lin, otherwise she would have kept Ta Lin's amulet in the clothes of her unborn child. After a moment's consideration, Ta Lin said, "This fetal spirit was captured by you, Tamlang. Do you mind if I take it to investigate? Because sometime before, I once met it on Mount Yu Jun. This time is the second time it appeared before me, and I don't know if it's a coincidence or if there's some connection." Hua Cheng said, "If older brother wants to take it, then take it." Even if I hadn't appeared, older brother alone could have captured it. Ta Lin smiled and replied, although that's what's said. Tam Lang captured it much more easily than I did. He had only said that offhandedly, but then he heard Hua Cheng ask, is that so? If I hadn't come then, what method did older brother intend to use to capture it? Swallow it into your stomach and then swallow a sword? And yet Hua Cheng had hit the mark. Hua Cheng's face didn't show any displeasure, but for some unknown reason, Ta Lin felt he was a little angry. His intuition told him that if he answered this question incorrectly, Hua Cheng would be even angrier. While flustered, not knowing how to respond, he suddenly felt his stomach slightly contract, and Ta Lin couldn't help but say, I feel a little hungry. Only after the words left his mouth did he react. Ta Lin also felt too awkward to look at what expression Hua Cheng's face ultimately held, and could only honestly explain this time, I'm truly hungry. A long while later, Hua Cheng finally let out a so. Ft fi, and then burst into laughter. This smile seemed to melt away the worry on Xie Lian's face, who immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Cheng, half smiling, half sighing, nodded and replied, all right. Originally, Hua Cheng had intended to keep him in Sisilak Fuang for a banquet, but as soon as Xie Lian heard the words banquet, he knew it would surely be excessively extravagant. Thus, he proactively suggested they go out for a stroll and casually find something to eat, to which Hua Cheng agreed. Inside Sisilak Fuang, it was exceedingly warm. Not long after they entered, the two men's soaked clothes had dried. But as his female attire was too attention-grabbing, Xie Lian still asked Hua Cheng to lend him another outfit, changing into clean and pristine white robes. Afterwards, the two went out, walking a great distance, yet still heard the muffled sobs in each cry of mother from that infant spirit, revealing its extraordinary tenacity. However, Ghost City was already brimming with the wails of ghosts and the howls of wolves, so this crying was simply buried within, making it nothing rare or strange. The streets of Ghost City were still as bustling and lively as before, with stalls on both sides selling all sorts of unique snacks. Although they were still the same ghosts, their attitudes were entirely different from Xie Lian's last visit. Hua Cheng walked shoulder to shoulder beside him, and the stall owners, with their utterly bizarre appearances, all welcomed them warmly, jostling to greet the two, almost bowing and bending their backs, causing Xie Lian to suddenly recall the phrase of fox borrowing the tiger's might. Beyond the fixed gazes upon Hua Cheng, hundreds and thousands of other eyes cast gazes many times more ardent towards Xie Lian, seemingly scrutinizing and speculating who exactly was this person who could walk shoulder to shoulder with the master of Ghost City. This, in turn, made Xie Lian begin to doubt if he had made the wrong decision. Whether amidst the ceaselessly surging current of demons and monsters, or standing before the concentrated stares of myriad onlookers, Hua Cheng had long grown accustomed. He asked Xie Lian, do you want to eat something? Finally spotting a stall that wasn't too bizarre, Xie Lian, eager for a swift resolution, said, this stall then. Hua Cheng, however, replied, this stall will not do. Xie Lian asked, surprised, why? Hua Cheng said nothing, instead gesturing for him to look inside the stall. Xie Lian cast his gaze over the stall owner, seeing the two halt there, excitedly rubbed its hands, as if awaiting their esteemed presence. It was so nervous that it diligently wiped the tables and chairs. However, the very thing it used to wipe the tables and chairs was its tongue. Even though, after that enormous long tongue had passed over them, the pots, pans, and woks all glistened with clear moisture, reflecting light, sparkling like new, Xie Lian nonetheless resolutely bypassed this tall hurrying away. After walking a few steps, he again spotted a chicken soup stall, arranged with utmost cleanliness and airiness. The sign in front of the door read homemade free-range chicken, old soup, piping hot, made to order, guaranteed clean. He then paused and said, oh, there's chicken soup here. Shall we go have a bowl? Hua Cheng once more said, this stall will not do either. Xie Lian, now understanding, asked, is the problem with the dishes, or with the chicken? Hua Cheng led him into the shop, pulled aside a curtain, and gestured for Xie Lian to look. After curiously poking his head in, Xie Lian was instantly rendered speechless. All he saw was a large pot set behind the kitchen, a fierce fire burning beneath it, steam sizzling vigorously from within. Inside the pot, a man with a bright red chicken comb growing on his head was merrily bathing in the boiling water. Beside this large pot stood numerous barrels, filled with spices like salt, pepper, and various aromatic herbs. In front of the shop, a customer loudly called out, "Owner, make it a bit saltier. The taste is too bland." The shop owner then, still bathing, scooped up a pile of spices and rubbed them onto his own body, even using a towel to vigorously scrub his back, ensuring the flavor would penetrate more deeply. Finally, he let out a resonant crow cock-a-doodle-doo. Xie Lian released the curtain and quietly slipped away. After making a long detour, the two finally found a shop whose signboard AD authentic human delicacies. Although Xie Lian felt the word authentic still warranted questioning. For instance, as far as he knew, human chefs would not use the meat of large demon beasts, notoriously difficult to hunt and kill, to make skewers. Yet it had to be said, this was already the most normal shop they could find. The two sat down, and the multitude of ghosts that had been trailing them until now all crowded around, most solicitously offering the shop's dishes. A pig butcher, a stark white human leg slung over his shoulder, slapped it with a resonant bang-bang sound, and said in a guttural voice, "City Lord, fancy some fresh thigh meat? It's just arrived." The other ghost cursed, "Shoo shoo shoo. Would the City Lord's friend really eat such a thing? Do you take him for a green ghost? Cutting off your thigh might actually be edible. Such a strong stench of blood'nt make us nauseous." Unexpectedly, that pig actually raised its own leg, declaring, "If the City Lord and his friend deem it worthy, then what is this leg? Cut it by all means. Let me tell you all, this old man's leg meat is undeniably the chewiest and most delicious." Xie Lian burst out laughing, then bowed his head to sip his porridge. Hua Chang, for his part, paid them no mind, so the entire enthusiastic fervor of the ghosts then shifted to Xie Lian, who they clamorously addressed. A local specialty snack, brain elixir. Premium demon brains meticulously selected, each one cultivated for over 50 years. Or more. Sir, do smell its pure quality. This duck's blood is truly delicious, my lord. Please take a look. I just cut it from my own body. Taste it, won't you? Our household's fruits are genuinely fresh grave fruits. If they didn't grow on dead bodies, we wouldn't pick them. You know, we don't trick children or the elderly. Pile after pile, the ghosts eagerly presented them such that Xie Lian barely had time to look, continuously saying thank you. He found it inappropriate to be blunt with such warm generosity. Yet some of those special snacks were truly hard to look at directly. Amidst his fluster and confusion, Xie Lian saw Hua Chang sitting opposite him, one hand propping his chin, smiling as he watched him. Xie Lian looked left and right, gave a light cough and softly said, "San Lang." Only then did Hua Chang say, "Gage doesn't need to pay them any mind. They just get frantic when guests arrive, you see." A ghost immediately said, "City Master, you absolutely cannot say that. It's not like we get frantic for just anyone who comes. If City Master is our grandpa, then what is City Master's gage? He's our granduncle." "That's right, of course we'd get frantic when granduncle arrives." Xie Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking to himself, what nonsense are they spouting? Hua Chang also shouted, "Stop talking nonsense. Shut your mouths." The ghosts hurriedly replied, "That's right. City Master, you're absolutely correct. Shutting up. Not granduncle, no? Who would have thought?" That at this very moment, a few female ghosts who had been giggling until now finally couldn't hold back anymore, and blurted out, "Oh, aren't you the Taoist gage who told Lan Suang last time that you were impotent?" Xie Lian nearly spat out a mouthful of porridge on the spot. As if discovering some earth-shattering secret, the crowd of ghosts shrieked, "Oh my heavens! It's true! It's him, it's really him!" Lan Suang even went around telling everyone. Several slightly more quick-witted ghosts hurriedly covered the mouths of the ghosts who were shouting and screaming, but Hua Chang had certainly heard. Xie Lian raised his eyes to look, only to see Hua Chang raise one eyebrow, looking at him with a meaningful gaze, as if wondering what the two words impotent had to do with him. That was originally an excuse Xie Lian casually fabricated when he encountered that persistent female ghost last time. And although he was also mocked by the surrounding ghosts then, Xie Lian could still respond calmly as usual. Now being exposed right in front of Hua Chang, he simply couldn't endure it, so embarrassed that he wished he could choke on his porridge and faint right there, stammering, Hua Chang appeared to be very patiently waiting for him to continue, but how was he supposed to explain this matter? Could he really put on a serious face and argue that he wasn't impotent? Xie Lian could only say, "I'm full." He was truly full as well. After speaking, he then stood up and hurriedly left the shop. The ghosts behind him, carrying piles of special snacks they had painstakingly prepared, kept wailing without cease, "Great, great Lord! Are you still eating?" Hua Cheng also followed, taking the opportunity to turn his head and shout again, "Scram!" The ghosts hurriedly tucked tail and scrammed once more. Xie Lian wandered aimlessly ahead for a while when he saw that no more minor ghosts were catching up. He then slowed his steps to wait for Hua Cheng. Not long after, Hua Cheng walked forward with clasped hands and solemnly said, "I didn't know Gij also suffered from such an unspeakable ailment." Xie Lian hurriedly said, "I don't." Then he took on a helpless demeanor, "San Lang." Hua Cheng nodded, "All right. San Lang understands. I won't say it anymore." Hua Cheng appeared to be very obedient and compliant, but it was utterly fake, so Xie Lian said, "You truly have no sincerity whatsoever." Hua Cheng smiled and said, "I swear, you could search heaven and earth and still not find anyone more sincere than me." Hearing this familiar retort, Xie Lian also smiled. A moment later he seriously asked Tam Lang, "Do you know where Tiandangguan is?" Author's note: in real life, if a needle gets stuck in your foot, please seek timely treatment. Wandering around Ghost City. Book 3 Chapter 97 White Night inscribes words. Red sleeves add fragrance. White night, a natural phenomenon appearing in high-latitude regions, where the sky is till bright at night. Red sleeves add fragrance refers to the sleeves of a young woman, meaning that in the dark night when a scholar reads books, there is a beautiful young girl beside him lighting incense, and the incense smoke clings to her sleeves. In truth, Xie Lian's heart already had a vague answer to this question. However, Hua Cheng's reaction was completely different from his prediction. Silent for a moment, Hua Cheng suddenly spoke, "I apologize." Xie Lian was perplexed. What was that? He had originally thought that if Tiandangguan was not some embarrassing misunderstanding, then the one most likely connected to it could only be Hua Cheng. But no matter if Xie Lian's guess was right or not, Hua Cheng also had no reason to apologize. Hua Cheng did not answer, only gestured for him to go forward with him, and Xie Lian then followed him. The two walked for a while, and just after turning a corner, the view suddenly became wide and open. A Taoist temple shimmering with spiritual light silently appearing before Xie Lian's eyes. In an instant his breath also hitched. In all directions were scenes of dark ghost realms interspersed with deep crimson, and in that embrace this Taoist temple stood grand and magnificent, thousands of lamps brightly lit, like a fairyland paradise. Ghost realm, a place where ghost souls reside, the territory of ghosts. A Taoist temple with a dazzling and glorious foundation, yet located in a place where dragons and snakes mingled, where ghosts ran rampant like Ghost City. Though utterly unfitting, it stirred hearts without end. In the very instant it caught one's gaze, it would leave behind a deep impression difficult to erase from the mind of the beholder. A long moment later Xie Lian finally found his voice. "This is..." Standing before the Taoist temple, both raised their heads and looked up. Hua Cheng also gently raised his head, saying, "A few days ago was the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I thought Gij, having gone up to the upper heavenly court, surely also had to participate in their annual insipid games, so I built this place to find a little fun to help Gij ease his boredom when attending the feast." His way of easing boredom couldn't help but make one's eyes widen. For finding a little fun for Xie Lian, he actually built an entire guan, and even lit 3,000 ever-bright lamps for blessings. Hua Cheng lowered his head and adjusted his sleeve cuff, continuing to say, "I originally didn't want to let you know. It was also because I presumptuously arranged to build Gij's guan in this chaotic place of mine. I hope Gij won't mind." Xie Lian immediately shook his head. Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng actually felt he had caused him more trouble, which was why he didn't want him to know Xie Lian truly didn't know what he should say. At this juncture, saying thank you again would be too meaningless. Xie Lian then steadied his emotions, took a deep breath, and focused on appreciating this Tiandangguan. A moment later, he tilted his head and asked, "This Taoist temple is beautiful and spacious, exquisite and wondrous. Hardly the work of a day or two. Tam Lang surely didn't just build it recently, did he?" Hua Cheng smiled and replied, "Of course not. Gij's observation is very precise. This place was already built long ago. The pity was I didn't know where to put it to use, therefore I have always hidden it away, and at the same time I have never let anyone else set foot in it." I truly have to thank Gij for helping it finally find a place of use, so now it can see the light of day. Hearing this, Xie Lian then gently let out a sigh of relief. If it was already built long ago but persistently had no place of use, it seems it must have originally been intended for something else, and now he just conveniently took it out to use. Otherwise, if Huacheng had truly built a Taoist temple specifically for him, he would feel even more restless. Of course, given Huacheng's personality, it is very possible it was simply built for fun. Although Xie Lian was extremely curious what Huacheng originally intended to use such a structure for, one so vastly different from Ghost City, he still restrained the impulse to ask. Asking too many questions is not a good habit. Who knows when one might slip up and ask something that shouldn't be asked? Huacheng said, "Shall we go inside and have a look?" Lian happily replied, "Of course." The two, shoulder to shoulder, slowly stepped into the establishment, leisurely, treading upon the jade-paved floor. Looking around, the establishment was spacious and bright, but there were no divine statues, nor any rush prayer mats for devotees to kneel and prostrate themselves. Huacheng said, "It was hastily inaugurated, and there are still many places that are negligent and not very thorough. I hope Gij will be generous enough to overlook them." Lian smiled, "Not at all. I feel it's very good, exceedingly good. Not having divine statues and rush prayer mats is just perfect. Not having them at all is the best. But then, why is there not even a horizontal plaque?" This question was absolutely not meant to find fault. It was just that in some parts of the establishment, the jade paving with flower and grass motifs was meticulously carved with the recessed patterns of heavenly lantern establishment, yet the horizontal plaque for the facade had not been hung up. Naturally, this wasn't due to haste, which was why Lian curiously asked. Huacheng smiled in reply, "There's nothing to be done. Among my people there's no one who knows how to write. Look at that bunch from earlier. Just knowing how to read is already quite good. Does Gij have any preferred calligraphy masters? I can invite one to write this horizontal plaque for you, or I believe the best way is for Gij to come and write one himself, to be hung at this heavenly lantern establishment. What could be more perfect than that?" Having said that, Huacheng pointed towards the altar in the main hall. The jade table was exceedingly long and wide, and upon it were placed some offerings and a neat and tidy incense burner. Besides these, paper, brush, inkstone, and ink were also arranged, emitting a pure scholarly fragrance. The two stepped forward and Lian said, "In that case, why not invite San Lang to write it for me?" Hearing this, Huacheng widened his eyes, seemingly not having expected Lian to say such a thing, and asked, "Me?" Lian replied, "Yes." Huacheng pointed at himself and asked again, "You truly want me to write it?" As if having discovered something, Lian asked, "Is San Lang perhaps finding it difficult?" Huacheng raised one eyebrow. "Difficult? No, it's just that." Seeing Lian still waiting for his answer, Huacheng clasped his hands behind his back, looking somewhat helpless. "All right. It's just that my writing isn't very good." That was truly strange. Lian genuinely could not imagine that there was something Huacheng wasn't good at. He smiled and said, "Oh? Is that so? How about writing one character for me to see?" Huacheng asked once more, "Do you truly want me to write?" Lian took out a few sheets of white paper, spread them neatly on the jade table, and diligently smoothed them by hand. Then he chose a rabbit hair brush that seemed suitable, handed it to Huacheng and said, "Here." Seeing that Lian had prepared everything, Huacheng said, "All right. But you mustn't laugh." Lian nodded, "Of course." And so Huacheng took the brush and began to write seriously. Lian watched from the side, but the more he watched, the more unpredictably his expression changed. Honestly, he really wanted to hold it in, but he still couldn't manage to. As Huacheng scribbled away on the paper, he spoke to him in a half-warning, half-teasing tone, "Gij." Lian immediately straightened his expression, saying, "My fault." He didn't want to either, but what else could he do? Huacheng's handwriting was truly too funny. Even the craziest crazy cursive script Lian had ever seen was not half as wildly arrogant as Huacheng's. Within that wildness, it also carried a gust of deviant wind that rushed straight into one's face, making one fear it would blow the calligraphy master's eyes to roll back in them to faint dead away. Lian painstakingly scrutinized for a long time before he could reluctantly distinguish a few characters: ocean, water, Mount Wu, clouds scribbled as if by a chicken scratching. He guessed that Huacheng must be writing, having once crossed the ocean. What is water? Except for Mount Wu, there are no clouds. Once gone to the vast sea, what is water? Apart from Mount Wu, there are no clouds. Borrowing the poetic translation of Nguyen Phuc, Hao Han Viet is Tsang Jing Tsang Hainan Wei Shui. Chu Ke Wu Shan Biu Shi Yun, meaning that having once journeyed to the Great Sea, the waters of rivers and lakes can hardly be called water, and apart from the clouds on Mount Wu, other places clouds are not truly clouds. T. Hinking of Hua Chang, himself a paramount ruler of one region in the ghost realm, a being whom gods feared and ghosts also dreaded, finally displaying this kind of expression regarding a certain matter. Moreover, it was a matter of writing characters. Xie Lian tried to hold back his laughter until his stomach muscles cramped. He used both hands to hold the masterpiece which Hua Chang had finished with a single flourish, trying to feign composure, saying him very individualistic, establishing a school of its own. It has style. Hua Chang put down the brush, his posture quite poised. He glanced with a smile and said, style as in going mad style, perhaps? Xie Lian pretended not to hear, and commented solemnly, actually, writing beautifully is not difficult, writing out one's own style is what's difficult. If it's merely beautiful but beautiful in a formulaic way, then it's just ordinary. San Lang's brushstrokes are excellent, possessing the style of a grand master, a majestic aura that devours mountains and rivers. Following that were 8 more characters: mountains and rivers shattered, horses scattered and people dispersed. There was nothing else for it. Fabricating words of encouragement for others was also very laborious. As Hua Chang listened, one of his eyebrows rose even higher, and he asked doubtfully, truly? Xie Lian said, have I ever deceived San Lang? Hua Chang leisurely added a few fresh incense sticks into the small golden censer placed beside them amidst the gentle fragrant smoke. He feigned nonchalance and said, I also wish to write beautifully. It's a pity no one ever taught me. I wonder if there are any secrets within it. These words of Hua Chang had asked the right person. Xie Lian pondered and replied, actually, there's no secret, it's just that, thinking it over and over, he finally felt that it couldn't be fully expressed in words, so he moved closer, picked up the brush himself, and began to write a few lines beside the poem Hua Chang had written on the paper, his movements fluid and smooth. After finishing, he admired it for a moment, then smiled and sighed, how embarrassing. It has been so many years since I had a chance to write characters, now it is not as good as before. Hua Chang stared intently at the 4 lines of characters on the paper, whose unfamiliar style was worlds apart from his own, especially the 2 concluding lines by Xie Lian. Brushing past flower thickets, never turning back. Half due to cultivation, half due to infatuation. Hua Chang looked at the entire sequence of verses again and again, his gaze lingering, forgetting the way back. After a long while, he raised his head and said, may I beg for instruction? Brushing past flower thickets, never turning back. Half due to cultivation, half due to infatuation. Han Viet is Shou Ci Hua Tsong Lan Hui Gu. Ban Yuan Xiu Dao, Ban Yuan Jun, meaning that even if one encounters beauties, one is too lazy to turn their head, partly because of current cultivation of the Tao, and partly because one only thinks of you. Xie Lian replied, I dare not offer instruction. Thus he then told Hua Chang the basic introductory content, concealing nothing, pouring out all the insights from his calligraphy practice in his youth, wholeheartedly instructing Hua Chang. Incense smoke lingered, lamps shone like stars. Xie Lian seriously expounded. Hua Chang attentively listened. Inside the grand hall, words were soft and voices gentle, both the scene and the sounds were utterly tender. After a while, Xie Lian said, would you like to try again? Hua Chang uttered an "oh," took the brush and seemed to very seriously write a few characters. Xie Lian stood beside him, watching, arms crossed, tilted his head and said, quite interesting. However, he felt that Hua Chang's brushstrokes were not quite right somewhere. Frowning, he observed for a moment. Then Xie Lian suddenly discovered what exactly was wrong. Hua Chang fundamentally wasn't holding the brush correctly. Even the posture for holding the brush was utterly chaotic. How could one write correctly? Xie Lian was torn between laughter and tears, moved closer, and without much thought, extended his hand to correct it, saying, your way of holding the brush is wrong. You must hold it like this. As soon as he extended his hand, Xie Lian suddenly realized it seemed not entirely appropriate. The 2 of them were hardly a tutor, and a young pupil teaching hand over hand like that would inevitably be a little too intimate. But having already extended his hand, what logic was there in casually withdrawing it? Doing so would, on the contrary, appear even more deliberate. Thus, after a moment of hesitation, Xie Lian still did not withdraw his hand. Thinking it over and over, wasn't it true that last time at Ghost City's casino, Hua Cheng had also taught him to roll dice hand over hand? Even though Xie Lian felt he hadn't learned anything at all that time, and after it was over he vaguely had the feeling of having been tricked, this time he genuinely wanted to teach Hua Cheng a few things. Therefore, Xie Lian, feeling at ease, pressed his warm palm onto Hua Cheng's cold hand, gently held his hand, and began to guide his brush posture, whispering like this. Discovering Hua Cheng's chaotic brush posture beneath his hand, Xie Lian gently exerted force to control and correct it. Before long, Xie Lian again found the brush posture beneath his hand becoming even more chaotic. Beyond his control, he was forced to grip it even tighter. The characters the two of them collaborated to write were distorted and scribbled, illegible to look at. Xie Lian felt more and more that it was not right as they wrote, and couldn't help but exclaim hey. As if successfully playing a trick, Hua Cheng let out a low chuckle. Ink spread wildly on the paper. Xie Lian said in a helpless tone, San Lang. Don't be like this. Be good and learn, be good and write. Hua Cheng said oh. One look and it was clear he was feigning seriousness again. Xie Lian shook his head, unsure whether to cry or to laugh. Although Hua Cheng's hand was icy cold, when Xie Lian held it, for some reason it felt as if he were holding a hot iron rod, making him not dare to exert more force. At this moment, Xie Lian's eye suddenly caught sight of the edge of the table and paused. He shifted his gaze, only to see a small solitary flower placed at the corner of the jade table. The first time among the flower thickets, too lazy to turn and gaze. Half my destiny for cultivating the Tao, half my destiny for you. Volume 3 Chapter 98 Devising a bizarre scheme to open the door and steal the ghost fetus 1. Xie Lian was slightly startled. Memories of your were like a dust-covered painting, brushed free of a little dust but still not clear. He released his hand, taking hold of the flower, and pondered silently. Hua Cheng also put down his brush, stood beside him slowly grinding ink and asked what's wrong? Xie Lian smiled. It's nothing. It's just this type of flower. Its fragrance permeates the heart and soul. I have always loved it. Offering flowers in Taoist temples was not uncommon, however. Usually entire bouquets of fresh, vibrant red and purple flowers were offered, or artificial bouquets woven by hand that never withered. Pausing for a moment, Xie Lian asked, could it be that the flower's crimson rain-sought flower protects are of this type? Hua Cheng smiled and replied, Gidge is truly sagacious. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the two of them finally contributed their efforts to complete the couplet, the content still being those 4 lines of poetry. Hua Cheng picked it up and admired it for a moment, seeming very satisfied, and said, very good. Let's paste it up. Hearing him say very good, Xie Lian only felt speechless. Hearing let's paste it up, Xie Lian was speechless once again, and asked, surely you're not planning to hang it on the wall, are you? If Xie Lian's deceased master saw the couplet he had participated in writing looking like that, he only feared they would be so angry they'd rise from their graves. Hua Cheng laughed again and said no. I'll keep it privately, not showing it to anyone. Just then, the two of them suddenly heard faint shouts coming from outside. Fire! Fire! Paradise Manor is on fire! Inside Heavenly Lantern Temple, it was utterly silent, yet the 5 senses of both surpassed those of mortals. Hearing the sound, they immediately looked at each other, and Xie Lian blurted out, Paradise Manor again? The word again had just left his mouth when he found it a little funny. Hua Cheng calmly and placidly put away the finished couplet, and replied, no need to worry, Gidge, please sit here. I'll go for a moment and then return. How could Xie Lian feel at ease sitting here? He said, I'll go with you. He hastily followed. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel vexed. Why does Paradise Manor catch fire every single time I come here? The title god of misfortune has been verified again. Although this time it had nothing to do with him, he still felt uneasy out of habit. The two rushed back to Paradise Manor. The entire main street billowed with thick smoke. The crowd of minor ghosts and monsters bustled, yelling and howling, carrying buckets of water, running back and forth to put out the fire. Seeing Hua Cheng and Xie Lian had arrived, they called out, City Lord, esteemed elder, you need not worry, the fire isn't big, it's already been put out. Hua Cheng showed no expression. Xie Lian, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and gently said, "That's wonderful. You've all worked extremely hard." Originally, the minor ghosts also didn't expect to receive thanks, let alone the phrase "you've worked extremely hard" from the city lord's friend. Hearing it, they were overjoyed, and hastily replied, "No hardship at all. It's just a small matter. It's what we should do." Only then did Xie Lian realize that his saying "you've worked extremely hard" didn't seem quite right, because he wasn't the master of this place. However, if Hua Chang himself hadn't spoken yet, his saying a little something probably wouldn't cause any harm, so he just secretly thought how embarrassing and paid it no more mind. The two entered Paradise Manor to observe the source of the fire. Indeed, only a small area had burned. Moreover, it was a small room in an inconspicuous corner. No wonder it was extinguished so quickly. However, after confirming the above details, Xie Lian grew wary and aide to Hua Chang the arsonist isn't foolishly bold enough to come here to play a prank, nor truly wanted to burn anything, but rather seemed to want to divert attention, to draw everyone's eyes over here. But at this crucial moment, what sort of attention would one want to divert? Suddenly, realization dawned on Xie Lian that fetus spirit. Before that, when the two of them left Paradise Manor, no matter how long they walked, the fetus soul was still sobbing softly, its piercing, ear-splitting cries, every now and then calling Mama. But now that sound had disappeared. The two then went to a side hall outside Paradise Manor to check. When they left, Hua Chang had casually placed the ceramic jar containing the fetus soul onto a table. Now the ceramic jar was still there. But Xie Lian stepped forward, picked it up and realized the weight was wrong. It was too light. He opened it to check, and indeed it was empty inside. The jar's mouth was sealed shut. The entity confined within could not open it independently. Xie Lian hurriedly said, "The soul of the unborn child has been released by someone." Hua Chang showed no sign of being flustered, saying, "It was stolen by someone else. After enduring an encirclement attack by ghostly butterflies, that entity's vital energy is now severely damaged on its own. It cannot flee far." Xie Lian said, "Then it'll be easy to deal with. Sanlang, does your Paradise Manor have guards monitoring people coming and going? See if you can find anyone suspicious?" Hua Chang replied, "None." Xie Lian blinked. "None?" Hua Chang said, "Indeed, there never have been any." No wonder last time he had stealthily been up to mischief in Paradise Manor, and hadn't seen the shadow of a single guard. Xie Lian had even thought perhaps he had hidden himself too well, so Hua Chang hadn't discovered him. Little did he expect there truly weren't any. He was slightly startled, asking, "Are you so at ease about Paradise Manor?" Hua Chang asked back, "Gidge, have you ever paid attention to the entrance of Paradise Manor?" Xie Lian pondered, then replied, "I never have. Could there be something special about it?" Hua Chang answered, "Indeed." He pointed to the entrance of the side hall, explaining, "If not the master of this place without permission, to take away someone who originally belongs inside or an object that does not belong to oneself, even if it's just one thing, the door will not open. Instead, they will be trapped within that room." Xie Lian recalled the last time he had come to Paradise Manor. It seemed at that time he had always used dice to open a path, and at the very last moment of departure, it was due to Feng Shui raising a wind, tearing off the roof, thus avoiding leaving through the door. These were all violent images. The more Xie Lian thought, the more unbearable he found it to contemplate, utterly overcome with embarrassment. After a slight pause, he continued to ask, "Suppose Sanlang stole a magical artifact from me and kept it in Paradise Manor, even I, the original owner of the artifact, couldn't take it back?" Hua Chang raised an eyebrow and replied, "Naturally you couldn't. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. However, Gidge, don't falsely accuse me. I wouldn't steal your magical artifact." Xie Lian lightly coughed, saying, "That goes without saying. Of course I know that. That's why I merely spoke hypothetically. Furthermore, I also don't have any magical artifacts worth others stealing." Hua Chang, knowing when to stop his teasing, smiled and continued, "Therefore, wanting to steal something from me without being discovered is impossible. Naturally, there's also no need for guards." Xie Lian's first reaction was that the person who stole the soul of the unborn child did not leave through the door but used another method. But looking around in all four directions, the roof of the side hall was still intact, the ground was still intact, the walls were also intact. There were absolutely no traces of being broken. Xie Lian couldn't help but come up with a stranger speculation. Could it be that the person who stole the soul of the unborn child had not yet left but was still in this side hall? Although in the side hall there was no place to hide, Ascending to the heavens or descending to the earth, the methods of concealment were by no means few. Perhaps at this very moment, that person was near them, quietly observing their every movement. Xie Lian looked closely around, carefully paying attention to see if there was any place where the air was unusually distorted. However, both his sight and intuition told him there was no third person or ghost here. He feared his train of thought was inaccurate. It seemed he had to switch to a different way of thinking. At this moment Hua Cheng smiled and said, "Gij need not worry. I have my own way to find the thief of the unborn child's soul." Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng had already planned ahead. Xie Lian turned to look at him, pondered for a moment, then suddenly understood clearly. The two quietly waited. After a while, a clamor slowly approached. A crowd of demons, monsters, and ghosts swarmed over one after another, saying, "City Lord, your venerable self, what commands do you have for us?" This group numbered at least nearly 1,000. If not for the rooms and courtyards of Paradise Manor being spacious enough, it would likely be impossible to contain them. The one who brought them was precisely the masked person, who said to Hua Cheng, "City Lord, all those who appeared on the streets today are all here. Ghost City has been sealed off. No one can leave." It was still the young man's voice from last time. Xie Lian couldn't help but glance at the other party. The crowd of ghosts asked, "City Lord, who was the one who set the fire? Have you caught them yet? And I heard they even stole things. If they're not tired of living, then they must want to die again. How audacious. Setting fire and stealing things at the same time, daring to cause trouble, right? You enter the Tai Sui knows. How could the City Lord possibly forgive them?" Although the one the crowd of ghosts mentioned was not himself, yet as the very person who had previously both set fire to the room and stealthily stolen a person from Paradise Manor, and moreover had been pardoned by Hua Cheng, Xie Lian felt as though countless arrows had pierced him upon hearing this. He let out a soft cough, his heart growing even more remorseful, and he stole a glance at Hua Cheng, coincidentally meeting Hua Cheng's gaze, which held a profound meaning. He swiftly averted his eyes. Next, he heard Hua Cheng say with indifference, "The one who stole the fetal soul. Step forward yourself. Don't waste my time." The crowd of ghosts was astonished, clamoring to ask, "Among us? I still thought it was from outside. Who is it then? Quickly step forward yourself." After a long while, the uproar almost died down, but still no one stepped forward. Hua Cheng said, "Very good, truly very brave. Males left, females right, separate." Although they felt puzzled, yet no ghost dared to defy Hua Cheng's command, so they immediately obeyed him, separating with a rustle into two large groups. Male ghosts crowded on the left side. Their mouths rough, and crude female ghosts were all on the right, almost every one of them graceful and charming. Hua Cheng and Xie Lian looked at each other, went straight to the right side, briefly observed the crowd of female ghosts, sweeping their gaze across nearly 10 of them. After a few steps, while passing in front of a female ghost, Xie Lian slightly paused his steps. This female ghost wore a long skirt, her face smeared with a thick layer of white powder, white to the point of frightening people, almost unable to discern her original appearance, but her overly extravagant and gaudy made-up face looked somewhat familiar. Xie Lian spoke up to ask, "Miss Lan Xiang?" The female ghost was startled, as if she were the one who had encountered a ghost. Sure enough, this was the female ghost who last time disturbed Xie Lian at the entrance of Ghost City, argued with the pig butcher on the road, and mocked him as impotent, at the same time spreading this story to the point where every ghost knew it. The female ghost, Lan Xiang. After a moment of astonishment, she straightened her waist and lifted her head, saying, "What now? You said you were impotent yourself. I didn't wrong you. Do you perhaps want the City Lord to teach me a lesson to get revenge?" Although the female ghosts and female demons around all felt a bit tense, but hearing her speak like that, they still began to giggle. Hua Cheng also stepped forward, and although his expression could not be discerned, the female ghost Lan Xiang still felt a bit fearful, her attitude not daring to be too presumptuous. Xie Lian gently said, "Such jokes, Miss, can say whatever you like, it doesn't matter. However, that fetal soul has harmed countless people. Its hands stained with blood. It cannot be overlooked. So I still ask Miss to return it first." Even though Lan Xiang had applied a thick layer of powder, one could still see her complexion suddenly turn ashen. She continuously retreated, but now she was standing amidst a crowd of female ghosts, and before she could retreat a few steps, She was seized by the female ghosts next to her with many hands, severing her ability to escape. She could only scream loudly, "I don't know what you're talking about at all. What fetal soul?" Xie Lian said, "Please return it." Lan Xiang argued stubbornly, "Return what? I didn't take anything. You say I stole something from the city lord's room, but everyone knows it's impossible to take anything from the city lord's room. You can't get out with anything." The crowd of ghosts all said, "That's right, no mistake, we know," and the pig butcher also yelled. Lan Xiang continued, "The burning of Paradise Manor also just happened a moment ago. And I've been on the street this whole time, never leaving from beginning to end, so if I stole something I surely wouldn't have had time to hide it, right?" Saying this, she spread out her hands, showing that her hands were empty, and lifted her skirt to indicate she wasn't hiding anything. Xie Lian asked, "Miss, last time I saw you shivering in the cold wind, you were wearing thin clothes. Today the sky is clear and the sun is warm. Why are you wearing a long skirt? Do you suddenly want to change your clothes? Or do you want to hide something?" Hearing Xie Lian mention it, the crowd of ghosts then realized that normally Lan Xiang always dressed scantily. Xie Lian saying she wore thin clothes was already a very polite way of speaking. Every time she walked on the street, she almost exposed her bare chest. Today she was wearing a long skirt, covering both her waist and legs. It was truly very strange. Not to mention that earlier when Hua Cheng led Xie Lian to stroll through Ghost City, at the time when the crowd of ghosts was bustling to offer food, they also didn't see Lan Xiang, who in the past loved to curse loudly in the middle of the street to attract attention, actively spreading "It's him who's impotent, not that I'm not okay." So the crowd of ghosts began to murmur. Xie Lian calmly said, "You did not take something that doesn't belong to you. You merely took a part of your own body. The fetal soul is currently inside your belly. If the one who stole the fetal soul did not use another way to leave, nor remained in the side hall, then only one possibility remained: this person openly and legitimately departed through the main gate. If the fetal soul had already been born, then it would be a child, an independent human being. But this fetal soul was forcibly cut out from its mother's body before full term. Therefore, if its mother put it back into her belly, it would naturally still be considered something belonging to herself. No, it should be said that the fetal soul was originally a piece of flesh on her, a part of her. After all, mother and child share deep blood ties. In this situation, they are one entity. Therefore, naturally, the female ghost could safely and soundly, openly and legitimately exit through all gates in Paradise Manor. Therefore, the one who stole the fetal soul must be a female ghost, the birth mother of that fetal soul. Immediately sealing off Ghost City, and finding all female ghosts who appeared on the street before and after the fire for inspection, would surely be able to capture her. Perhaps right after stepping into the side hall, Hua Cheng had already figured these things out. Suddenly Lan Xiang shrieked, her two hands forcefully covering her belly. Book 3 Chapter 99 Devising a bizarre plan to open the door and steal the fetal ghost too. Xie Lian said, "Miss." Lan Xiang's face was ashen white, unable to utter a single word. Suddenly, inside her belly, something seemed to explode. Her lower belly, which was originally considered flat, suddenly swelled up into a huge spherical shape, almost about to stretch and tear her long skirt, and moreover black smoke billowed out from the gap in her clothes. The crowd of female ghosts let go and scattered. Lan Xiang reluctantly used both hands to tightly hug her lower belly, saying in a panic, "Don't mess around." Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the infant spirit in her belly causing trouble. Hua Cheng slowly opened his mouth. "Brother, step back." Xie Lian said, "No need." Her knees suddenly fell prostrate to the ground. Lan Xiang shrieked in pain, "Listen to me. Please. Tend to me. Be a little good. Can you be good for a little while? Stop causing trouble anymore." Xie Lian said, "Miss Lan Xiang, release it first." Lan Xiang frantically shook her head. "No. Don't. Don't. I will definitely keep him locked in my belly and raise him properly. He won't go out to harm people anymore. City Lord, I beg you all, don't take my son away. I've been searching for him for several hundred years. Don't take my son away. Don't hand him over to those people in heaven." It seemed sure enough, the ghosts in Ghost City all knew Xie Lian was a person of the heavenly realm. Lan Xiang let out a loud shriek, holding her belly and rolling on the ground. Her belly seemed no longer a part of her body. It was no different from a living thing, sometimes shrinking, sometimes swelling large, sometimes shifting up, down, left, right. Black smoke billowed thicker and thicker. It seemed that after returning to the mother's womb and being nourished for a while, This monstrous fetal spirit had recovered some of its original energy and wanted to cause trouble again. The female ghost scattered for a moment, then came back to restrain Lan Song, but absolutely could not hold her down. So the clamoring, howling demons and monsters on the left shouted, "Look at us." As they finished speaking, they rushed forward to restrain her. The whole scene became chaotic. Xie Lian clenched his fists tightly, shouting, "Miss Lan Song, the strength of the fetus in your belly far surpasses yours, moreover it see and harm you, but you can't bear to harm it, you are simply powerless against it. Sooner or later you will be sucked dry by it, and it will break free from your body, quickly release it." If Lan Song did not voluntarily release the thing she hid in her belly, sooner or later she would be sucked dry and torn to pieces by this ferocious fetal spirit. Then Xie Lian would be forced to personally cut open her belly. Although it would be better than watching her be torn apart by her own child. But if it wasn't a last resort, how could he be willing to do such a thing? He didn't want to do it, and of course absolutely didn't want Hua Cheng to do it for him. But the female ghost Lan Song's personality was extremely stubborn. Even if she was in continuous agony, shrieking terribly, she absolutely refused to release that fetal spirit. Continuing like this was not a solution. Xie Lian would rather do it himself, gritted his teeth and said, "Forgive my offense." Who would have thought, before his hand had even rested on Fang Xin's sword hilt, Hua Cheng immediately held him back and said in a low voice, "No need." Simultaneously, from the middle of Lan Song's belly, a golden light suddenly burst forth, so dazzling that the nearby demons and monsters all cried out, "Ouch!" scrambling to flee far away, asking one after another, "What is that?" Xie Lian focused and looked closely. After the golden light gradually faded, the fetal spirit, eager to rush out, seemed to be locked tightly by something, and Lan Ong's belly also flattened. And the thing that locked it tightly was the belt around her waist. The belt, at first glance, was ordinary and unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, Xie Lian asked in surprise, "How is this thing on your person?" Even though its color had faded from being washed too many times, Xie Lian could still discern that this belt was an item of the heavenly realm. Many items from the heavenly realm were sophisticated magical artifacts, hence, only when necessary would they display their ability to protect their master and meet their urgent needs. Moreover, even though the embroidered stitches were severely worn, Xie Lian could still identify that this was definitely a golden belt that only heavenly officials were permitted to use. Considering the rank, it was even a heavenly official of the upper heavenly court. In the heavenly realm, gifting a golden belt was an extremely common elegant gesture, carrying a special meaning. For a male heavenly official to gift his own belt to another, this action itself already carried an ambiguous implication. What special meaning it ultimately held was easy enough to imagine. An item like a belt, of course, could not be casually given away, nor easily lost. Xie Lian said, "Miss, could it be that your child?" At this point, Xie Lian suddenly remembered that regardless of whether it was a ghost lair or not, asking a girl such a private matter in a crowded place seemed not very appropriate, so he stopped in time. La Song hurriedly shrieked, "No." Xie Lian thought to himself, "I haven't said anything yet. How is it that you've already said no before I even finished?" He asked, "For the past 700 or 800 years, have you sustained yourself only with this golden belt?" Hearing this, all the female ghosts stared wide-eyed, utterly dumbfounded. "Good heavens, Lan Song, you're that old? Didn't you say before that you were only 300 years old?" "No, that's not right. She even once said she was only 200 years old. She lied about her age." Roughly, this fetal spirit had 700 or 800 years of cultivation. Obviously, its biological mother was also around that age. But the female ghost Lan Song did not possess such a heavy malicious aura as an ordinary female ghost. For her to be able to remain in the world for so long, it seemed this golden belt, imbued with spiritual power, had greatly aided her. If that fetal spirit had a heavenly official as a father, its ferocity would become even more reasonable. A heavenly official and a mortal woman became entangled. The result, whether betrayal or cold indifference, was unknown. This girl encountered a tragic fate. The living fetus in her belly was cut out by someone. Today, both mother and child had turned into ghosts. It was highly probable that the fetal spirit had also killed countless people. No matter from which angle one looked, the severity of this matter was no less than that of the Xianji incident, not to mention it even seemed a little familiar. How to resolve it next was easy enough to figure out. Xie Lian immediately turned around and said to Huacheng Sanlang, "This miss." Without him needing to say more, Huacheng already said, "However you ought to handle it, just do so. You don't need to ask me." Xie Lian gently replied him. After gaining approval, Xie Lian turned to Lan Suang. At this moment the group of ghosts was questioning Lan Suang. "Oh Lan Suang, who is the father of your child? How infuriating. Only concerned with killing, not with burying, only concerned with giving birth, not with raising. Who is it after all? Shouldn't we go to his door to settle the score?" Lan Suang gritted her teeth, looked at Xie Lian and said, "Who else could it be?" She refused to speak the name, and Xie Lian also implicitly understood, saying, "You are to follow me back to the upper heaven court." Lan Suang immediately cried out no. Her saying no was, of course, useless whether she agreed or not. Xie Lian had to take her. Xie Lian composed himself and said that fetal spirit is exceedingly savage, who knows how many people its hands have stained with blood. Things have come to this point with too many tangled connections, you cannot protect it, and you must ascend to the upper heaven court for confrontation and announcement. If that heavenly official is a person of integrity and brilliance, or if there is any misunderstanding between the two of you, it would be convenient for you and your child to claim him then, and afterward resolve the matter of this child. But if that heavenly official betrayed you, or committed a more serious transgression, then all the more reason to demand justice from him. In any case, no matter what, this fetal spirit is your child, and simultaneously his child if its father disregards this matter. How are outsiders supposed to intervene? The group of ghosts also found the words above reasonable. Moreover, telling Lan Suang to take her child up to the heavenly realm and cause a great commotion, just hearing it made them excited. They only feared the commotion wasn't big enough, the bigger the better, so they vied with each other to persuade her. "That's right, Lan Suang, what is there to be afraid of? Go find him and settle the score. If he dares not acknowledge it, we will burn down his temple." Xie Lian said to Huacheng, "First, I will make a trip back to the upper heaven court to promptly report this matter." Lan Suang resisted, yet also knew she could not stop it. After a dazed moment, she suddenly knelt before Huacheng and said, "City Lord, thank you for your great grace and benevolence in granting me refuge." Xie Lian was startled. She continued, "Lan Suang, setting fire in Paradise Manor was also a desperate last resort. I apologize to you for having broken the rules of Ghost City. I beg your forgiveness." Before now, she had always been fierce and shrewish, but now, opening her mouth, she seemed to have transformed into a different person, causing countless demons, monsters, and ghosts who usually recognized her to be astonished. Huacheng, however, was as calm as ever, and said to Xie Lian this time, "Gij is leaving in too much haste. When you return, I will properly entertain you again." Xie Lian nodded, then led Lan Suang to directly ascend to the heavenly realm. As he walked along the main road of Xianjing, Xie Lian spoke into the spiritual communication array. "Esteemed ones, please trouble yourselves to meet at the martial god temple. There is a matter to discuss." Having finished this sentence, Xie Lian immediately exited, without stopping for a moment, first leading Lan Suang to the martial god temple. As Lan Suang bore the body of a female ghost, she could not enter the golden hall, so Xie Lian stood outside the hall, waiting with her for a moment, waiting until Junwu arrived and personally granted permission. Only then could Lan Suang be allowed inside. Not long after, all the heavenly officials currently in Xianjing began to arrive one after another, and upon seeing Xie Lian leading a female ghost with heavy lipstick and thick powder, completely out of tune with the style of Xianjing, all of them stared wide-eyed. A black-robed heavenly official stepped into the hall, and upon seeing the scene in the main hall, paused for a moment. It was Mu Qing. Lan Suang also glanced at him, then immediately lowered her head, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Mu Qing, however, was as calm as ever, and only indifferently asked, "Your Royal Highness, who is this woman?" Upon hearing the 4 words, "Your Royal Highness," Lan Suang's expression subtly changed. She cast her gaze at Xie Lian, as if remembering something, but dared not confirm it. At this moment, the Wind and Water Masters also arrived, a pair of brothers whose appearances were 6 or 7 parts similar, each fanning a folding fan, their wide-sleeved white robes fluttering, a truly beautiful sight. Shi Qingxian, while fanning his fan, simultaneously said, "That's right, Temple Master. Why have you brought a female ghost today?" Xie Lian said in a puzzled voice, "Temple Master? What Temple Master? Bodhi Temple?" Why call me that out of nowhere? When he thought about it again, it was 80 to 90% Heavenly Lantern Temple Master. He did not know how to respond, and could only pretend not to have heard. Shi Qingxian, feeling rather smug, greeted those around him once, then continued, "Oh? Is there something in this lady ghost's belly? Why do I see?" Saying this, Shi Qingxian walked forward, seemingly wanting to touch. Shi Wudu closed his folding fan and roared, "Qingxian." Shi Qingxian immediately pulled his hand back, explaining, "It's just that I sensed an extremely evil aura, and wanted to see if there was something dangerous inside." Shi Wudu scolded, "You are a man, and a heavenly official, and this is the martial god temple. How can you do something so undignified? Even if you transform into a woman, it is not allowed. A woman do. And this would be equally undignified. Quickly change back for me." Lingwen shook her head, clutching official documents under her arm, stepped forward and placed her hand on Lan Zhuang's belly. Pausing for a moment, she withdrew her hand, and thoughtfully asked, "The fetal spirit is too fierce. How many hundred years has it been?" Xie Lian replied, "Around 700 or 800 years. He recounted the 2 encounters with the fetal spirit, how this fetal spirit had murdered pregnant women, as well as how it led to the matter of this female ghost. Xie Lian subtly avoided mentioning Huachang and Ghost City, and Lan Xuang certainly would not proactively reveal it. Finally, Xie Lian said, "Such is the situation. It is unknown whether that heavenly official is still alive or in office, whether there is any misunderstanding involved, or if he even knows about this matter. That is the reason I have brought this young lady up here." Feng Xian frowned and said, "If there's no misunderstanding, and also knowing about the mother and child's plight yet neglecting them, paying no attention for 700 or 800 years, then that's utterly irresponsible." Pei Ming crossed his arms and leisurely said, "I agree with General Nanyang's words in that case. It truly can't be anything but irresponsible. I wonder whose love child this immortal official has if he's still in office. Had best come forward himself." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ming immediately noticed countless gazes piercing towards him, and the great martial hall fell into a stunned silence. After a long while, Pei Ming finally spoke. "Have all of you misunderstood something about me?" Shi Qingxian didn't even bother to fan himself and said, "I don't feel there's any misunderstanding whatsoever. I say we understand you perfectly well." Pei Ming immediately denied it, "Absolutely no such thing." Everyone joined in with awkward laughter, and even the gazes of Shi Wudu and Lingwen did not show much belief. Pei Ming rubbed his temples, a headache brewing, and said in an imploring tone, "Alas, it's true I've had dalliances with a few maidens from the ghost realm, but this maiden I truly have never met before." Seriously speaking, Pei Ming's words could be believed. Which girl he had been involved with, how could he not know himself? Although Pei Ming's philandering was condemned by people, he had never denied any romantic entanglement. If he did it, he would admit it. It's not like he couldn't own up to his actions. The girls who had been involved with Pei Ming, unless they themselves refused to follow him like Xianji, otherwise at the very least, they were guaranteed a carefree life of food and clothing for the latter half of their lives, with wealth filling their homes. If, during her lifetime, this ghostess had a brief romantic encounter with Pei Ming, she certainly would not have fallen to the point of being disemboweled, her child stolen, and transforming into a vengeful ghost. What's more, Pei Ming's standards for choosing women were very high. Among the girls he had been involved with, which one wasn't both talented and beautiful? He also particularly liked beauties with plain faces. As others in the hall observed, Lan Xiang had applied such thick lipstick and powder. Her original appearance was completely indiscernible. Her facial features, makeup style, speech, and gestures were all far below Pei Ming's usual standards for choosing a lover. Therefore, when Pei Ming said there was no such thing, everyone also believed it a little bit in their hearts. However, it was only in their hearts and a little bit. If there was an opportunity to see General Pei put in a difficult spot, why wouldn't they take it? Moreover, standing by idly and smiling while watching him defend himself, believing it or not, one first had to consider if it brought them amusement. Originally, Xie Lian also thought it was 80 or 90% Pei Ming. After all, he had a long list of previous offenses. But seeing Pei Ming's expression, it didn't seem like he was faking it, and Xie Lian was also slightly swayed. He remembered Hua Chang had once said that people like Pei Ming didn't engage in backstabbing, so there was no need to fear this or that. After pondering for a moment, he still said, "Previously, Maiden Lan Xiang had obliquely asked in return, Who else could it be? And I also partly thought so. However, since General Pei has said so, who knows if there's some misunderstanding within, it's not cert. I'm that every time it's the same person. We might as well ask. Unexpectedly, Lan Xiang suddenly spoke up, it's not him. Xie Lian was startled and turned around. Lan Xiang repeated once more, it's not him. Ling Wen said nonchalantly, oh really? So it's not him then? Shi Wudu also politely followed up, so it's not, after all? Pei Ming said to Shi Wudu and Ling Wen, I said it wasn't me from the start. You two are throwing stones down a well. Just you wait. The divine officials were disappointed one by one, then became even more excited. After all, Pei Ming had a reputation for being a philanderer all year round, so if it were him it would be nothing new. But if it wasn't him, then it's highly likely the father of the infant is another male divine official, either present here or not present here, only fearing that a newly emerging talent was about to appear. How could they not be excited? Previously in Ghost City, Lan Xiang had clearly hinted it was Pei Ming, but now she denied it. Although he found it strange in his heart, Xie Lian outwardly remained calm as usual, and asked Isham, so who is it after all? Lan Xiang calmly looked at him and said, you. Xie Lian thought she hadn't finished her sentence, so he asked, what about me? Lan Xiang raised her voice, I said, that person is you. Later, Xie Lian's belt will certainly not hold fast. We'll meet Hua Hua again soon. Volume 3 Chapter 100 Chaotic Interrogation. Neither able to cry nor laugh. Even if Lan Suang were to ask, I now, the one who killed me is precisely you, it would not strike his ears like lightning with the same impact as this statement. Xie Lian felt as though she had struck him senseless on the spot. Me. Junwu sat on the exalted throne above, and it seemed even the hand supporting his forehead slipped a little. All the heavenly officials fell silent for a moment, then immediately turned in unison to look towards Junwu. Junwu steadied his hand, continuing to support his forehead with that brooding posture. The heavenly officials then turned in unison to look towards Xie Lian. Has it finally arrived? The third demotion that myriad people have followed. Xie Lian only felt his entire being tremble, as he tried to swallow the phrase I am helpless, which he had said so often it had become a habit, now about to burst from his jaw. That was merely a convenient excuse, not appropriate to bring out at this moment. Furthermore, the upper heavenly court has a jocular summary that is secretly quite widely circulated, concerning the attitudes of the various martial gods towards women. Feng Xen, upon seeing women, practices kin and Hivin Chi respects but keeps them at a distance. Lang Qian Qiu, upon seeing women, blushes. Mu Qing refuses to look at ugly women. Pei Su, upon seeing women, has a face cold as money, not knowing what his heart is thinking. In Kuan Yizhan's head, there are originally no women. As for Pei Ming, his entire head is filled with women. If Xie Lian were to say it, it's estimated that he too would be added to that summary in the future. Xie Lian sincerely said, Miss Lan Suang, please calm down a little. There is absolutely no such matter. Her eyes staring even wider than a bronze bell, Lan Suang roared, yes. It is precisely you. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Xianlu. Although it was said that the time of her death was later than the time of his ascension, and generally it could be matched, had Xie Lian ever met her or not. Surely he himself would know? Amidst the whispers and discussions all around, Xie Lian's face clouded over, and he seriously said, young lady, although I am not some sage or saint, I also know what it means to be single-hearted. If I do not sincerely love a person, I would absolutely not engage in any intimate conduct with that person. If there were, even if I had to smash pots, sell iron, collect scrap copper, and perform street art on the streets to support a family, I would also not want that person to suffer any disadvantage. This place is the martial god temple, you must not speak nonsense. Shi Qingxian also spoke up. If the one who did this sort of thing were truly His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, why would he proactively bring that ghost woman up for confrontation? And why is it only now that Miss Lan Suang recognizes him? Just thinking about it already shows it's illogical. It was clearly seen to be illogical. However, when there was something bustling to watch, people did not bother to care with. It was logical or not all maintained their own attitudes. Some heavenly officials speculated, could it be this way? Is it possible that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince lost his memory and thus forgot the things he had done? Honestly, I quite believe that he was audacious enough to think that after 800 years, people would no longer recognize him. Xie Lian ran out of words to respond and could only speak up to remind inventing an unimaginable matter to prove another unimaginable matter. This line of thinking from all of you seems a bit dangerous. Feng Xian, standing on that side, seemed to want to say something, but then hesitated as if unsure, and in the end still did not speak. Junwu again lightly coughed, and asked Xian Lu in the past, "How many gold belts did you have in total?" Xie Lian covered his forehead and replied, "That's too many. At least 10. Mu Qing indifferently said more than 40. The patterns and colors of each one were not completely identical. No sooner had the words left his mouth, Mu Qing realized something was amiss and became silent, speaking no more, because immediately someone remembered that Mu Qing had once been Xie Lian's close attendant, specializing in managing Xie Lian's daily life, which was why he knew such small details by heart. All the heavenly officials thought to themselves, just the gold belts alone numbered over 40 that year. This His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was indeed not merely pampered and ostentatious in the usual way. Not only others, even Xie Lian, recalling it, felt embarrassed to the point of breaking into a sweat at that time. Every day he changed into a different set of lavish clothes, and the accompanying belts also changed according to each different outfit. How unlike now, when for the entire year he only had 3 sets to change, wash, and wear repeatedly, and the 3 sets were also identical like exact replicas. Just by looking, one would certainly think he was so poor that he only had 1 set of clothes to wear. Junwu again asked, "Where did you put them? Do you remember all of it?" Xie Lian and Feng Xian both silently choked, rendered speechless. Xie Lian rubbed his glabella and replied ahem, "I don't remember very clearly. After all, they were items from more than 800 years ago. For a long time now I haven't known where they fell or were lost." Not only because of his forgetfulness, the main reason was that he and Feng Xian often took things to pawn whenever they were short of money. Because they pawned too much, they truly didn't remember if there were any belts left in the end. Although he couldn't bear to discuss that matter, Feng Xian still made a remark to be able to obtain this gold belt. It's not necessarily that it was given as a gift, who knows, perhaps it was merely found. It seemed from the start Junwu also didn't expect Xie Lian to remember, and said, "Xian Lu, I still remember the cultivation method you practice absolutely requires you to maintain a virgin body, otherwise, your spiritual power will greatly diminish." Xie Lian replied, "That's right." Shi Qingxian casually said, "Oh dear, the moment I saw His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I already felt certain he cultivated that kind, and indeed it is so. If that is the case, don't even mention having children with someone. It's estimated he has probably never even held anyone's hand, has he?" Ta Lin was about to utter "That's right," when a pale, slender hand, glimpsed beneath a deep red bridal veil, suddenly appeared in his mind. It was cold as jade, its 3rd finger tied with an extremely fine red thread. This "That's right" stuck firm in his throat, unable to come out. Currently, everyone in the hall was staring intently at him. One look, and they knew. Being stuck like this meant that's not true. However, never held hands. This benchmark was too low. Even if he had, it wouldn't be an issue. Su Tanhuan immediately revised his words. Although he has held hands before, he certainly has never kissed anyone. Ta Lin was about to say "That's right" again, but this time strings of water bubbles like crystal beads suddenly rose before his eyes. After the crystal dispersed, a face with eyes tightly shut, brilliantly handsome, with a tiny beauty mark appearing in the middle of its forehead, manifested beautiful beyond description. This time Ta Lin not only couldn't squeeze out a single word, but his face, on the contrary, turned as red as a fruit. The divino! Officials in the hall instantly understood, and sounds of coughing resounded everywhere. Su Tanhuan began to regret, tapping his fan on his own head once, and quietly communicated telepathically with Ta Lin, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I'm sorry. I only intended to convince everyone that you truly maintain a pure heart and abstain from desires, never expecting you were not like that. Turns out you've had that experience. I couldn't tell." The phrase "never expecting you were not like that" shattered Ta Lin's resilience. He replied with difficulty, "Don't say anymore. That was an accident." Quan No clenched his hand into a fist and placed it before his mouth, coughing loudly once with force, and said, "That's very good. Over the past few years you surely haven't violated the prohibitions, have you?" Finally, Ta Lin also let out a sigh of relief and replied, "Yes." Quan No said, "Then it's easy to handle. I have a sword named Diem Trin. which possesses a miraculous magic. The blood of a chaste person flowing on the sword will not leave any stain. The more it is washed, the brighter it becomes. You just drop one drop of blood on it and you'll know. Regarding Quan No's hobby of collecting all sorts of rare, strange, and bizarre treasured swords, the divine officials had known for many years, but they still muttered inwardly, why does His Excellency have so many miscellaneous swords? What's the point of collecting them, we wonder? Ta Lin felt this situation was truly inexplicable, only wanting to quickly end it. Lin Van brought over that slender Diem Trin sword, and Ta Lin immediately raised his hand and grazed the blade once. Countless gazes stared intently in this direction. Su Tan Huin clapped his hands and said, good. The case has been solved. The drop of blood glided over the blade, indeed leaving not a trace. The evidence was clear. Everyone could only disperse, saying, oh, so that's how it is. Then who is it after all? But their interest diminished, seeming a bit disappointed. Lin Van politely said, young lady, please honestly confess, which divine official it is after all? If the soul of the fetus in your womb remains restless like this, and your spiritual power is not good, I'm afraid only the biological father with a blood relationship can gently educate and influence it. Unexpectedly, before her words had finished, Lan Suang pointed at Lin Van and shouted loudly, you. That person is you. Lin Van. Perhaps Lin Van had just rushed from the temple to attend the discussion, currently in the form of a man, and was suddenly accused by Lan Suang as the father of the child. Her complexion was simultaneously bewildered and terrified. The divine officials simultaneously spluttered. Buimin spoke up, Jie Qing. Have you finished reviewing the official documents? Go down and find the young lady who gave birth to your child. Ha 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 ha. Seemed this was immediate retribution. Lin Van shook her head, subtly refusing Su Vodo's benevolent act of wanting to give red envelopes to his good grandchild, then regained her composure and replied, not finished reviewing, no time. With such a clamor back and forth and so many people already suspected, of course no one believed anymore. Fong Tin also couldn't bear to watch any longer, and angrily said, I understand. This female ghost is clearly insane, wantonly causing trouble and disturbance here, deliberately coming to stir up problems. Lan Suang chuckled foolishly, appearing even more like a madwoman in the mortal world. At this rate, who knew if the next person she accused wouldn't be themselves? The divine officials hastily changed their tune, saying, that's right. Who knows if that golden belt wasn't stolen by her? To be precise, my golden belts are not just one. I also dare not be sure how many there are in total, nor do I remember if they are all properly stored after all. Lan Suang also absolutely refused to let it go. Standing akimbo, she shouted, what now? Do you want to wipe it clean? It's too late. There's no way. It's you again. Looking at this demeanor, it was clear she was blindly pointing wildly for a while, and even Min Gi, silently standing in a corner, who one couldn't tell what he was stuffing in his mouth and chewing with a mixture of nonchalance and concentration, was also forced to accept paternity once. In the hall, utter chaos instantly erupted, everyone clamorously pushing and shifting blame. Drag her down, her down. Don't let her talk nonsense any longer. My dear sister, the maiden I like is not your type. Don't falsely accuse me. This is truly outrageous. Junwu waved his hand, and a junior divine official stepped in to escort Lan Suang away. She was dragged out of the martial god hall, along the way still cackling in a shrill voice. Only then did the divine officials in the hall return to their original positions, everyone thinking back with horror, their heads aching incessantly. At first, everyone thought the matter didn't concern them, and they only needed to enjoy the excitement, but now, for some unknown reason, a chamber pot had suddenly fallen on them. Who knew, next time in the human world when a new play about them was performed, they might suddenly have an extra lover, a heavily made-up female ghost, with a ghost-child son who had killed countless people. Instantly sensing the danger, they all shook their hands and said, there's no way to investigate this matter at all. I believe it's simply that her mind is ill. No need to investigate further, it's a waste of time, just lock her up and it's done. It's highly likely that the ghost realm intentionally sent her to sow discord. Xie Lian, however, disagreed. Before, on the way here, Miss Lan Suang was clearly very normal and sober. So how did she become like this as soon as she arrived at the martial god hall? I'm afraid a simple she's mad isn't enough to explain it. Thus, everyone split into two factions again, debating. for a while, and the conclusion remained the eternal phrase, let's think about it later, let's think about it later. After the discussion concluded, Xie Lian bade farewell to Shi Qingxian, orally promising to come down and visit in a few days. Only then did he step out of the martial god hall, secretly sighing in his heart. Everyone says the efficiency of the Lingwen Hall is terribly low, but there's nothing that can be done about it. Each time there's a meeting to discuss something, countless miscellaneous tangents branch off, and in the end, most of the resolutions are still as perfunctory as before. How can Lingwen Hall act quickly and strongly? At this moment, Xie Lian noticed someone following behind him. Turning his head to look, he unexpectedly saw it was Feng Exine. Thus he couldn't help but be startled. Before he could even greet him, Feng Exine quickly said in a low voice, "Be careful of Mu Qing." Xie Lian also lowered his voice, asking, "Mu Qing?" Feng Exine said when he entered the hall. The female ghost's expression was unusual, seeming a little afraid of him. "I don't pry into other people's private matters, but generally you should be a little wary." Having finished speaking, Feng Exine hurried away. Xie Lian remained standing still, waiting for Feng Exine to be far away before slowly striding forward. Although it was not easy to detect on the surface, in truth, Xie Lian had still secretly paid attention to the minute expressions of each divine official and Lan Zhuang's reactions, and, naturally, he had not overlooked Mu Qing. However, he believed that the father of the fetal spirit was not very likely to be Mu Qing. Xie Lian absolutely could not imagine Mu Qing doing such a thing. In fact, Mu Qing still wholeheartedly devoted himself to practicing martial arts, cultivating the Tao, expanding his followers, and broadening his territory, not to mention that Mu Qing cultivated the same Tao as him, and absolutely would not get involved with female charms to diminish his cultivation. Yet Mu Qing knew Lan Zhuang. This point must be correct. The clues were too few. Xie Lian shook his head and left the heavenly court. Although the fetal spirit had been subdued, and Lang Huan and Gu Zi were properly settled at the wealthy merchant's house, with food and drink, nothing to worry about, it was still not good for him to be gone for too long. Having not seen him for a long time, the wealthy merchant must surely be suspicious in his heart. Therefore, as soon as Xie Lian descended, he ran straight to Puqi town. As soon as he saw Xie Lian, the wealthy merchant gripped his hand tightly, excitedly saying, "Daozhang. Esteemed master, oh esteemed master. Last night you slept in my Madame Russ' room. We had locked all the doors and windows. This morning when we opened them, oh unbelievable, it flew away without wings. Wonderful, truly wonderful. How about it? Have you caught that demon yet?" Xie Lian said, "I've caught it. Please rest assured there's no problem anymore." "How are the tea? What children I brought with me?" The wealthy merchant was as if granted a great pardon, joyfully replying, "Very well behaved. Very well behaved. They don't eat much either. Daozhang, where is your Heaven's Lantern Temple? I want to come and donate money to fulfill my vow. From today onwards, I want to be a nominal disciple in your temple. No one shall dare to contend with me for it." Xie Lian was half laughing, half crying, but no matter how it was said, he had expanded his followers, and furthermore, it was a very wealthy follower. He was extremely delighted, rambling and lecturing about the faith to the wealthy merchant for a while, advising him that in the future he should not get too involved with female charms, must be single-minded, must love his wife, children and relatives, finally telling him to visit Puqi Shrine another day, and only then did he whisk Lang Huan and Gu Zi away. The three of them returned to Puqi village, arriving in front of Puqi Shrine. Xie Lian placed the sign, "This shrine is dilapidated and dangerous. Donations needed in a more visible spot," secretly hoping that when the wealthy merchant came here, he would see it immediately, after which he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Unexpectedly, at the very moment he pushed the door, he detected that something inside was not as it had been before. Stepping into the shrine, it was indeed completely different. The floor had been swept, the altar and tables and chairs had been wiped, all the dust had been cleared, and the pile of filthy rubbish in the corner of the room had also been cleaned away. It was truly as if the snail fairy had paid a visit, excessively clean, because even Shirong was nowhere to be seen. As soon as he vanished, the entire room instantly became more spacious and brighter, as if even the air had become somewhat fresher. Meanwhile, Gu Zi, still clutching the meat bun he had specially brought back from the town above to his chest, poked his head in, saw no one, and impatiently asked, "Big brother, where is my father?" Xie Lian immediately turned around. Before he had even stepped out the door, he already sensed a dangerous, sharp cold light rushing towards him, so he turned his hand, drew Feng Xian and swung once. With a clang, that sharp cold light was instantly struck away, falling dozens of zhang afar. Xie Lian drew his sword like lightning, and sheathed his sword also like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Feng Xian was back in its original place. He let out a soft sigh, immediately feeling a little troubled. Why, after that sharp cold light, was there no follow-up move? Looking back at that sharp cold light, after being struck away by Xie Lian, it was stuck crookedly in the ground far away. Briefly seeing a curved, silvery arc of light, Xie Lian found it more and more familiar the more he looked, so he brought the two children over to see. As soon as he saw it, he hurriedly squatted down, asking, Isn't this Yiming? What's wrong with you? You? Asking a saber what's wrong with you was truly an indescribably bizarre scene. A few farmers passing by all gave Xie Lian strange looks, secretly nudging each other with their elbows. Quick, look at that person talking to a saber. Saw it, never mind, let's go quickly. However, Xie Lian could not help but ask so, because both the body of Yiming's saber and the eye depicted with silver lines on the saber's hilt were trembling incessantly, as if afflicted with a serious illness. The more it trembled, the more violently it did so. Xie Lian couldn't resist reaching out his hand, and asked, Did I hurt you just now? Book 3 Chapter 101 Overzealous, vying for tasks. Yiming fights Rui. That crescent scimitar trembled more and more, revealing its sorrow. Xie Lian was a little flustered, and gently stroked down the blade's spine, saying, Sorry, I didn't clearly see it was you just now, it won't happen again. After a few strokes, Yiming narrowed its eye and finally stopped trembling. Xie Lian continued to ask, Where's your master? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. No need to mind it. Xie Lian turned his head to look, then instantly sprang up, both delighted and surprised, and asked, San Lang? Why are you here? The youth calmly walked out from behind. It was indeed Hua Cheng. He had tied his black hair into a side ponytail, his upper body dressed in a thin white shirt, a red sash tied around his waist, his sleeves rolled up, revealing pale yet firm arms and a tattoo on his arm. With every step he took, the silver chains on his boots jingled, utterly casual, like the 18-year-old youth next door, yet also full of unrestrained charm. He bit on a stalk of wild grass and smiled, saying to Xie Lian, Gij. Xie Lian had originally intended to properly arrange things for the two children before going to find Hua Cheng to formally express his thanks. Who knew Hua Cheng would seek him out himself? Hua Cheng slowly and steadily walked to Xie Lian's side, pulled out the silver crescent scimitar stuck in the ground, held it in his hand, examining it for a moment, then finally hoisted the scimitar onto his shoulder, and said, Gij is busy, there's no need to trouble you to make a trip, so I came myself. You also forgot this. On Hua Cheng's back was also a hat. He took it off and handed it to Xie Lian. This was the hat Xie Lian had forgotten at that rich merchant's house. Xie Lian was stunned and quickly said, I completely forgot about it, I've troubled you. After speaking, he suddenly remembered that last night, after something had happened, he had said to Hua Cheng, I'm looking for my hat, where is my hat? Those were merely delirious words spoken in a panic. He hadn't expected Hua Cheng to actually go find the hat for him. Xie Lian suddenly felt incredibly embarrassed, and was very afraid Hua Cheng would tease him about it. Fortunately, Hua Cheng didn't say anything, but smiled and changed the subject, saying, Gij picked up 2 more children? As he spoke, he casually ruffled Guzi's head, ruffling until the child's hair was a messy tangle. Guzi seemed very afraid of Hua Cheng, and continuously hid behind Xie Lian's back. Xie Lian said, It's nothing, this Gij is a good person. Hua Cheng retorted, Not at all, not at all. I am very wicked. Although he said so with his mouth, his hand flipped once, and a tiny silver butterfly flew out from his sleeve, flapping its wings, and leisurely flew in front of Guzi. Guzi's jet-black eyes widened, and he stared intently at the tiny silver butterfly for a moment, finally unable to resist reaching out to catch it. From that moment on, its wariness towards Hua Cheng also sharply decreased. Next, Hua Cheng nonchalantly swept his gaze towards Lang Ying. Unlike the natural gaze he had for Guzi, his gaze towards Lang Ying was cold and sharp, and not at all friendly. Lang Ying lowered his head, also uneasily huddling behind Xie Lian's back. Xie Lian held the hat in his hand and asked, If you're coming, then just come, why did you need to clean Puji Shrine? Hua Chang replied, I merely tidied up the room while I was at it. Don't you feel refreshed and invigorated after clearing away all the trash? Remembering the missing Shi Rong, Xie Lian thought to himself, surely Hua Chang didn't see him as trash and just discard him, did he? At this moment, a tragic scream suddenly came from behind Puji Shrine. That dog Hua Chang deserves to be dragged to hell. Plunged into a wok of oil, and sliced 1,000 times. He's murdered someone. Hua Chang has murdered someone. Guzi loudly cried out, Father. Then he quickly ran over on his small legs. Xie Lian also hastily followed. Behind Puji Shrine was a small stream, where Xie Lian usually washed clothes and rinsed rice. Now Shi Rong was immersed in the water, with Rui still wrapped tightly around him. He desperately stretched his face above the water's surface, and shrieked loudly, I won't come out. I absolutely won't come out. I just want to stay in this body, stay until he dies. I will not surrender. Hua Chang spat out the stalk of wild grass, and said, Do you think you're some kind of valiant fighter? Useless thing. Xie Lian said with a helpless tone. I caught this a few days ago on a mountain. He possessed someone's body, and absolutely refuses to come out no matter what. This person isn't dead yet. If we forcibly separate the soul, we would inevitably have to destroy that body, clearly. Sanlang, do you have any ideas? Hua Chang said, Are you asking for ways to make him wish he were dead? There are many. These words were a threat. Shi Rong cursed you too. Truly a broken pot covered with a chipped lid. Vicious-hearted. Gurgle, 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 gurgle. Before he could finish his sentence, he sank into the stream. Although every time he saw him, Xie Lian would remember his mother's body turned to ashes, his heart filled with both anger and pain. But this body belonged to someone else, and he absolutely had to preserve it. So he could only pull him out of the stream and place him in front of Puji Shrine's door. Having eaten nothing for an entire day and night, Shi Rong was so hungry his front chest stuck to his back, and having also been thoroughly beaten by Hua Chang, his entire body was worn out. Guzi fed him a meat bun that he had secretly brought back from the rich merchant's house. He gnawed at it ravenously like a starving tiger, crumbs scattering everywhere, truly both repulsive and pitiable. Xie Lian shook his head and discovered Shi Rong's limbs were stiff, not because Rui had tied him tightly, but perhaps Hua Chang had cast some spell to immobilize his body, so he said, Rui, come back. Rui had tied Shi Rong for several days, and had long since felt aggrieved beyond endurance. With a thump it slid down, wrapping itself in coils around Xie Lian's body just like a white snake. Xie Lian opened the door, both comforting it and unwrapping it from his body, saying, all right, I'll bathe you later, don't be sad. Go play over there first. Rui then sadly and droopily slithered to the side. Hua Chang also casually tossed Yiming away. Yiming found a posture of glory on its own, and landed perfectly upright. Rui, who was facing the wall, suddenly discovered a silver-gleaming crescent scimitar standing leaning nearby, so it gingerly approached. The eye on Yiming's saber's hilt also quickly darted to this side, and began to appraise Rui. Fong Xian meanwhile stood gloomily still, unmoving, showing no reaction whatsoever. These past few days, Xie Lian had dedicated himself to researching cooking techniques, and felt very satisfied with himself, at a time when his confidence had increased manifold. Eager to display his talents and treat Hua Chang with warm hospitality, he then kept the other party to stay for a meal, and of course Hua Chang happily agreed. Upon returning from the town, Xie Lian had bought a pile of food, now all piled on the table. He grabbed a knife, clattering and clanking for a bit, hitting pots and chopping on the board. This table could serve as a study desk as well as a kitchen counter. Bowls and chopsticks could be placed on it, children could sit at it. It could be said to be a 100-use table. Hua Chang leaned against a wall, watching for a moment, but ultimately could not bear to watch further, and asked, need any help? Xie Lian was working with soaring spirits and said no need. Rui's help is enough. As he spoke, he swung his arm and threw several bundles of unchopped rough firewood over. With a swish sound just like a king cobra attacking, the white silk sash whipped across the pile of firewood once, and the pieces of wood as thick as calves were instantly split into thin kindling. After displaying the move above, Ruoda writhed into an extremely ludicrous posture before Ming and Fong Xin's eyes, as if displaying its power and beauty. Yet before it could be overjoyed for long, Xie Lian placed a plate on the ground again. Then threw a white cabbage over here. Ruoda was about to catch it. Ming's eye suddenly gleamed, It soared and danced blinding silver streaks in midair. The color of the cabbage instantly filled the sky, waiting for it to land on the ground. The white cabbage had been peeled by it into a plate of evenly sized shreds. Xie Lian squatted down, picked up the plate to look and praised how clever. You cut even more smoothly than Ruoda. Ruoda instantly pressed itself against the wall. Exactly like a person retreating a few steps, retreating to the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. Ming, however, began to roll its eyes wildly, clearly revealing a look of smugness, as if it had soared to the sky with delight. Between a blade and a silk sash, Feng Xian stood still, unmoving. Xie Lian paid no attention to the petty infighting of the pile of spiritual weapons. While putting 7 or 8 different ingredients into the pot, he turned his head and asked, "That's right, San Lang, how long do you intend to stay this time?" Hua Chong had been staring intently at Xie Lian's movements from just now until now, as if he had originally intended to remind him of something, but still did not speak. Smilingly he replied, "Let's see how the situation develops first. If there's nothing on the other side, I'll play for a few more days if I stay here. Gidge, please don't dislike it." Xie Lian hastily said, "How could that be? It's enough if you don't dislike my small place." After chatting idly for a bye, Xie Lian recounted the matter of him bringing the female ghost Lan Chong to the martial god temple and just randomly pointing, along with that pile of messy affairs. But obviously he had secretly hidden the fact that he was pointed at and bled onto Yan Zhan. But thinking of Jun Wu saying that Hua Chong had planted spies in the heavenly realm, he wondered if he already knew the news beforehand? Fortunately, whether Hua Chong knew or not, he did not show that he knew, merely appearing to be pondering something. Xie Lian asked San Lang, "Who do you think is ultimately the father of this fetal spirit?" Hua Chong raised his head, chuckled softly. "It's hard to say. Who knows, perhaps that golden belt was truly just something she picked up." This ambiguous kind of answer was unlike Hua Cheng's usual style. Xie Lian felt a little strange, but soon, the pot which began to bubble furiously had snatched away his attention. After 2 incense sticks' time, the pot was opened. Normally, Shi Rong only ate offerings that the villagers gave to Xie Lian, though they were merely things like steamed buns with pickled vegetables, egg bread, sour and bitter wild fruits, but for better or worse, they were for people to eat. As soon as this pot was opened, the smell flew out of Pu Qi Shrine. Shi Rong outside the door cursed loudly, "Damnable Xie Lian. Vicious snow lotus. Why not just stab me to death with one quick blow? Pretending to be merciful to save me, it turns out it was to make me suffer this torment. I see you clearly now." Before it boiled, Xie Lian was originally 10 parts certain. After opening the pot, he began to doubt himself again. Having exhausted all his thoughts and efforts only to cook such a pot, and Hua Chong was still standing beside watching, Xie Lian didn't know what he should do. Could it be that he really wanted Hua Chong to eat this pile? Hearing Shi Rong's demonic roaring and wailing, Xie Lian grew even more troubled. Seeing Hua Chong cross his arms and prepare to go outside, Xie Lian raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Forget it." He sighed, scooped a bowl of food from the pot, and said to Hua Chong, "Don't eat from this pot, San Lang. Wait for me for a bit." After saying that, he went to the door, called Gu Zi and Langing to fetch water, moving the children away from the scene, then carried that bowl of stuff, squatted down and said cheerfully and gently, "Cousin, it's time to eat." Shi Rong was utterly terrified. He bellowed, "What are you doing? What are you doing? What do you want to do?" "Xie Lian, I warn you, I am a human life right now. Think carefully. Whoever can swallow this pile of yours, that person will escape the shackles of the 3 realms, leap out of the 6 paths of reincarnation without any." His words were not yet finished, when Shi Rong saw Hua Chong in the room standing right next to the pot, holding a spoon to scoop a bowl for himself, sitting by the table and taking a mouthful, yet his face did not change color, steady as a rock. He was instantly scared stiff. A thought he had never had before suddenly flashed in his mind. Truly worthy of being a supreme. Xie Lian brought the bowl closer to his face, calmly said, "It's fine if you don't want to eat, then come out." That was even more impossible. Shi Rong clenched his teeth, but Xie Lian clacked with a sound, squeezed open his chin and poured it straight in. The next second, a piercing scream echoed throughout the sky of Pu Qi village. The bowl in Xie Lian's hand was empty, while Shi Rong on the ground had his eyes askew and nose crooked. Even his voice was hoarse like an old man close to death's door, groaned, "I hate." Seeing that even after forcing the whole bowl down, Shi Rong still didn't come out, Xie Lian didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Although he very much hoped to quickly force Shi Rong to emerge, but if it didn't succeed, it seemed to also prove from another perspective that what he had painstakingly cooked was not that difficult to swallow, which could also be considered a happy matter. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Hua Cheng also holding a bowl, leisurely eating while looking over. That bowl was also almost finished. His eyes lit up. Xie Lian stood up and asked San Lang, "Are you finished eating?" Originally, he felt that he had not done well, and was hesitant to give it to Hua Cheng to eat. Who would have thought that Hua Cheng had already eaten it himself? Hua Cheng smiled and said, Xie Lian cautiously, "Sked, how do you feel about the taste?" Hua Cheng slurped up all the soup, smilingly replied, "Very delicious. It's a bit strong, next time it could be a little blander." Xie Lian let out a breath of relief, nodded and replied, "I remember. Thank you for your suggestion." Shi Rong Black 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 Black. Book 3 Chapter 102 The Gentle Crown Prince cooks soup to welcome uninvited guests 1. Tonight Xie Lian's confidence, which had originally yearned to display his talent, had gone through countless ups and downs. In fact, Hua Tan had once suggested that it would be better to let him cook, but how could Ta Lin shamelessly ask Hua Tan, who had already helped him fix the door, helped him clean the house, to help him cook again? How could there be any reason to ask a guest to do such a thing, let alone, if so, what would people think of a dignified ghost king of calamity rank? Fortunately, Ta Lin had brought back a fair amount of provisions from the town, although he had poured more than half of it into the pot last night. There were still some steamed buns, corn cakes, vegetables, and fruits left over, which could be gnawed on to tide them over. But after gnawing on them, what should they do now? On the second day, this problem was solved before it even began. Early in the morning, the door of Bo Te Quan was knocked open by a group of village girls, who offered several large pots of porridge and a roasted chicken. The village girls were all shy and reserved, but it was clear as day who they had come for. Ta Lin couldn't help but secretly sigh. Handsome men need not fear starvation. The roasted chicken was shared between the two children. Ta Lin only had a little porridge. Hua Tan didn't touch any of it, saying, "Gij is truly welcomed here." Ta Lin smiled. "Tam Lang, don't tease me. It's clear everyone has ulterior motives." After eating that bowl of soup, Tik Dung outside the shrine struggled all night, crying incessantly something like, "I'd rather be caught by Lang Tian Thursday, have my flesh cut and bones flayed by him, than be poisoned by you here. Crown Prince Royal Cousin, I was wrong. I beg you to give me the antidote." Not to mention he seemed to be seeing many illusions. Kok too seemed to be scared witless. Waking up early in the morning, Tik Dung was utterly weary and despondent, his face as green as a banana leaf, currently hunched over, slurping the bowl of porridge Kok too brought him. Finally regaining a little strength, he hoarsely shouted, "Damn it! Welcomed my foot. Who came for him anyway? Look at his cheap-looking appearance. And also you dog Hua Tan, don't get so smug. You only managed to hook these mountain village girls. Isn't it just because you're dressed lavishly that those women eagerly swarmed you? If you dressed like a beggar, I don't believe those women would even bother looking at you." Ta Lin secretly thought these words were wrong. Even if Hua Tan dressed like a beggar, Ta Lin was certain he could beg for an entire mountain of gold. But he didn't say it out loud, only slowly went about his own business. A moment later, an aroma wafted out. Tik Dung shrieked again, "What are you doing again? What is this?" Ta Lin gently replied, "It's yesterday's pot of 100-year harmonious union soup. I'm reheating it." Hearing this, Hua Tan immediately clapped his hands lightly, saying, excellent name, excellent name." Tik Dung yelled, "Damn it, you even named this cursed thing? Stop it right now." There was no need to actually feed him, merely casually reheating it was enough to reawaken his terrifying memories, so he dared not chatter anymore. After this meal, Lang Huan quietly gathered the bowls and chopsticks, seemingly intending to wash them. Ta Lin said, "No need, go play over there, I can do it." Perhaps he wasn't good at cooking, but he could still wash dishes. Hua Tan watched Lang Huan lead Kok Tu away to play, saying, "Let me do it." Ta Lin declined. "You especially don't need to, just sit down." Before his words had finished, he suddenly heard Tik Dung, full and bored, idly whistling a few times outside the door, speaking in a mocking tone, "Oh little sister, why are you staring at this lord? Have you gotten stirred up?" Just now, this ghost had said he found the rustic village girls from the mountain corner unappealing, yet he turned around and started flirting, and in such a crude manner too. Ta Lin shook his head. secretly thinking it would be better to drag him inside lest he be let loose outside to scare people. Unexpectedly, before he even opened the door, cries of astonishment from the villagers had already reached them from outside. A peerless beauty. Why would such a beautiful maiden come to our village? In this life I have never seen such graceful maidens, and two of them at once. Immediately after, the sound of knocking came from outside the door, and it was knocking on the door of Bo Te Quan. Ta Lin secretly wondered, peerless beauties? And two of them? Why would two peerless beauties come knocking on the door of my shrine? Oh, could it be that rich merchant bringing his new wife here to fulfill a vow? Thinking of this possibility, he quickly retrieved the sign that read dilapidated and dangerous shrine seeking donations, preparing to put it out. Just then he heard a cold female voice say, "What kind of thing is this in front of the door? It's an eyesore." Next, another female voice hesitantly asked, "Could it be kept as a guard?" Impossible. Surely, he wouldn't choose a spiritual beast of such low quality, would he? Although these two spoke in female voices, Ta Lin had heard both of them before. It was Fong Su Tan Huan and Dia Su Gi. Ta Lin had originally intended to push the door open immediately, but then suddenly turned his head back, seeing Hua Tan behind him slowly clearing the bowls and chopsticks by the altar. He then stopped his movements, cautiously peering out from the crack in the door. He only two tall and slender girls standing outside the door. One was a female Taoist priestess with rosy lips and white teeth, her white robes fluttering, her bearing graceful and flowing, waving a horsetail whisk, her two eyes shining brightly. The other was a young woman in black robes, her skin fair, her appearance exquisitely beautiful, but her complexion looked impeccably terrible, standing with clasped hands looking elsewhere. The white-robed female Taoist priestess smiled brightly, clasping her hands all around, saying, "Haha. Thank you everyone. Thank you everyone. No need to praise, don't over-exaggerate. You're making me quite flustered. Alright, thank you. Haha. A densely packed crowd of villagers surrounded them on all four sides, gazing at the beauties. After gazing at the beauties, they began pointing at Shi Rong. Shi Rong was displeased, yelling out, "What are you looking at? So what if this old man likes lying on the ground? Get lost, all of you. Beautiful, my foot." Seeing this person's bizarre behavior, his face already fierce and also deathly pale, the crowd of villagers were so scared they scattered like a broken beehive. Shi Qingxian asked Shi Rong, "This greenish-blue young master, may I ask if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is currently inside the establishment?" As soon as he heard the other party call Xie Lian His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Shi Rong instantly lost all interest in the two beauties before his eyes. "Spit. Ting," and cursing profusely, "I spit on you. So it's a dog official of the Upper Heaven Court. This old man is certainly not his doorkeeping dog. Listen closely, I am..." His words were not yet finished when he only saw Mingyi silently walk over, after which a tragic scream and a series of thumps and thuds rang out. From Xie Lian's position, it wasn't clear what Mingyi was doing as he advanced. He only saw Shi Qingxian wave his whisk, calling out, "Brother Ming, such violence is not very good." Mingyi indifferently replied, "What is there to fear?" He also said he's not a pet spirit beast. To prevent Shi Rong from being beaten to death, Xie Lian had no choice but to open the door, raising a hand to stop them. "My lord, please show mercy. He cannot be beaten, this is that person." Seeing Xie Lian open the door, Mingyi pulled up the hem of his black robes, lifting his shoe from Shi Rong's back. Shi Qingxian stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting, saying, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I arrived a few days earlier than planned. What is that person outside the door all about? He's full of ghostly aura. Impossible to hide even if he wanted to. Does he think we're blind? Ugh, never mind, let's go inside and talk. This time I have something important I need your help with." Saying this, he circled around Shi Rong, who lay splayed out on the ground, and stepped through the door. Hua Chang was still in the room. How could Xie Lian dare to let the two of them enter so casually? "Ichu." Ikli said, "Wait." Unfortunately, it was already too late. A place as small as the palm of one's hand like Puji Shrine fundamentally had no place to hide. Those two immediately saw the calamity-rank Ghost King standing and washing dishes behind Xie Lian. 8 eyes met with a thundering clash. Hua Chang bared his teeth and smiled, revealing a few white teeth. Although his smile was abundant with intent, there was absolutely no hint of a smile in his eyes. In just an instant, Ming Yi's pupils suddenly constricted. Then he retreated 3. Shi Qingxian, on the other hand, shook open his Windmaster's fan, assuming a ready stance, utterly vigilant. Crimson rain sought flower. Shi Rong, his face ashen, angrily cursed from outside the door. "I'm also night touring green lamp. You beat me for an entire while and didn't recognize me, so how come you recognize him at first glance?" Ming Yi had once roamed the ghost city, operating undercover under Hua Chang for several years. Not long before, he had just been exposed, seized by the collar by Hua Chang, and locked in a labyrinthine dungeon for a thorough beating. Now that enemies met face to face, the redness in their eyes went without saying. A tiny Puji shrine, inside and out, was filled with the scent of poison. Hua Chang tossed the rag in his hand, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. "His Excellency the Earthmaster is still quite energetic and lively, isn't he?" Ming Yi coldly replied, "Your Excellency the Ghost King is as idle as ever." A perfunctory exchange of greetings. The next sentence, both Hua Chang's tone and expression turned icy cold. He warned, "Leave this place. I don't care what important business you have, don't come near this place again." Although extremely wary of Hua Chang, yet in terms of aura, he refused to yield or be outdone. Ming Yi replied in a deep voice, "Coming here was not my idea." Seeing that the scent of poison was about to turn into the smell of gunpowder, Xie Lian, standing beside them, said, Well, Your Excellency the Windmaster, so what should we do now?" Shi Qingxian tapped his forehead with his fan, saying, "I also didn't expect Crimson Rainsought Flower to be precisely at your place at this time. Not long ago you two just met, so why are you clashing again already? But in any case, if a matter can be resolved without force, it's best not to use force. Violence is not good. In case you start fighting, we should still try to mediate a little." Xie Lian replied, "Overall I agree." Shi Rong, who was anticipating the two groups to fight, had been eagerly eavesdropping all this time. At this moment suddenly spoke up, "Oh, so you're that despicable Windmaster woman?" Xie Lian and Shi Qingxian both turned their heads to look at him. Shi Rong had once cursed Shi Qingxian like that in his own mountain cave. He never expected that he would dare to curse them to their face. One didn't know whether to call it commendable courage or a lack of brain wrinkles. Shi Qingxian had always lived in luxury. It was likely his first time hearing someone curse him with such words. He blinked, utterly bewildered, saying to Xie Lian, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, please wait a moment." Saying this, he stepped out of the shrine and locked the door. From outside the door, only Shi Rong's tragic scream and a series of thumps and thuds were heard again. A moment later, Shi Qingxian opened the door and stepped in, having changed back to his male form, saying, "All right. Where were we just now? I'm also hungry. I think it's better if everyone sits down and eats something first. Whatever matters we have can be discussed slowly. There's nothing that cannot be resolved at the dinner table." Although Xie Lian did not hope for them to fight inside Puji Shrine, Hua Chang seemed extremely angry about Ming Yi's undercover activities. One didn't know if there were any deeper reasons within. Telling them to sit down and harmoniously eat seemed not very feasible. Despite this, Hua Chang showed no sign of opposition. After a moment of standoff, the icy coldness on his face also gradually vanished. Then he continued his dishwashing task. After washing, he himself walked to the pot and scooped a bowl of 100-year harmony soup. Seeing Hua Chang proactively withdraw, a great battle was averted in time. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. The next step was to immediately change the topic to encourage the atmosphere, and so Shi Qingxian said, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, what's in the pot? Seems to still be boiling." Xie Lian replied, That I cooked it." This pot had been simmering for so long it had long since absorbed flavors, and the smell had also faded considerably. Although its color was unimaginable, it had been stewed until it completely lost its original form at first glance. It looked much better than last night. Hearing this, Shi Qingchuan's excitement surged. "Is that so? I've never eaten anything cooked personally by a heavenly official before. Come on, let us have a taste." Finishing his words, Su Qingxian also picked up 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, and ladled out 2 bowls of soup. To be honest, Xie Lian had originally intended to dissuade him, but because Hua Chang had repeatedly affirmed it, vaguely planting seeds of trust in him, not to mention that this morning when he reheated it, Xie Lian had even adjusted it according to Hua Chang's opinion from last night. Thus in his mind, the thought sprouted, perhaps I had saved it. After lingering for a moment, Xie Lian still remained silent, secretly anticipating, watching Su Qingxian hand a bowl to Ming Yi, saying, "Here, brother Ming, this is your share." Ming Yi glanced at the bowl, then reluctantly turned his face away. Doing so was somewhat impolite. Su Qingxian indignantly raised the bowl again, clinging on to the very end. "Come and eat. Didn't you complain about being hungry on the road earlier?" Hua Chong on the other side leisurely scooped a spoonful, blew on eye. Tea, then put it into his mouth, swallowed, and smiled as he said to Xie Lian, "Indeed, it's a bit milder today. The flavor is very much to my liking." Xie Lian also smiled and said, "Is that so? Today I added more water." Hua Chong ate another spoonful, his eyes crinkling as he smiled. "Gidge is truly considerate." Observing Hua Cheng's demeanor, if one were to say he was savoring rare delicacies, then it would be highly convincing. After a long while, Ming Yi still accepted the bowl. Su Qingxian smiled and said, "Now that's better." The two of them simultaneously scooped a spoonful and put it into their mouths. The author says, "All right, after inviting Brother Ming and Feng Shirnyang to finish their meal, tomorrow the four of them will form a party to hunt monsters." Book 3 Chapter 103 The Nonsense Immortal Cries at the Celebration Feast. Xie Lian asked, "How is it?" Ming Yi let out a no sound, his face downwards, collapsed onto the altar, and appeared to have lost all sensation. On the other side, Su Qingxian remained completely silent. 2 streams of tears streamed down. Xie Lian hesitantly asked, "My two lords, what on earth is the matter? Could you perhaps cheer up and provide some verbal commentary?" Su Qingxian came to his senses, wiped his tears, then grabbed Xie Lian's hand, holding it in a rigid grip, and stammered, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Xie Lian returned the clasp, asking, "What is it?" Su Qingxian's tongue was tied, he was speechless. And only after a long while, with tears and snot streaming down his face, did he push Ming Yi, saying, "Brother Ming. Brother Ming. Oh, Brother Ming, what's wrong with you? Cheer up. Come back to your senses." Ming Yi slumped onto the table, rigid like a statue. Su Qingxian had always been unable to stand it when others did not respond to him. He pushed harder and harder, and finally grabbed the other and shook him. Xie Lian could no longer bear to watch, and couldn't resist reminding him, "Lord Windmaster, perhaps you should let go of the broom first, we can discuss it slowly." Su Qingxian, clutching the broom, turned his head back and yelled, "Huh? Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, what did you say? I didn't hear that clearly." Xie Lian was at his wit's end, and had no choice but to shout into Su Qingxian's ear, "Lord Windmaster, that in your hand is not Lord Earthmaster. Lord Earthmaster is over here, over here." Just then, Ming Yi suddenly sat bolt upright. He reverted to his male form in a flash, his complexion ghastly pale, and opened his mouth to instantly blurt out a sentence, "I have developed an inner demon. Please trouble yourself to eliminate it for me." Who would have thought that eating a spoonful of soup could also summon an inner demon? Xie Lian was scared out of his wits and stammered, "Surely not." Su Tanhuin again pointed at Ming Yi, widened both eyes, and shouted, "Wait a moment, you! What kind of monster are you, daring to play treacherous tricks for this Windmaster? Where is Brother Ming? Hurry up so I can cover for you, we'll catch it first." Saying that, he grabbed the broom with one hand, and with the other, he shook out the Windmaster's fan. If he fanned this blow, surely the entire roof would fly off instantly. Xie Lian hurriedly ran over, embraced the Windmaster, and said, "No, no. Two lords, can you please wake up? Ha 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 hi 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 ho 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 ho." Tick Dung outside the door punched the ground, laughing maniacally, and cursed, "Serves you right. Dog officials. Hurry and ascend to heaven. So satisfying. Vengeance achieved." The two divine officials in the room fell left and right, writhing continuously. Hua Chong crossed his arms, leaning against the wall. Xie Lian looked at him, then looked at the Windmaster and Earthmaster, clutching their heads, cowering on the ground, and softly asked, "Perhaps not enough water was added. Why is their reaction even more severe than Tick Dung's?" Hua Chong raised an eyebrow and replied, "I find it delicious. It must be a matter of their palates. A common occurrence in the county, nothing more." Xie Lian had never considered the matter, what Tick Dung usually ate, and what divine officials usually ate. Comparing the two sides, the disparity in stimulation the divine officials felt would be greater, and their reaction would naturally be more intense. Of course, he had also never thought about the fact that after passing through Hua Cheng's hands whether anything else had been added to that pot of soup. Under vexation and remorse, Xie Lian poured a full 7 or 8 cups of plain water for Su Tanhuin and Min Gi. This time, the two divine officials slowly woke up. Although their faces were still pale and green and their eyes glazed over like tick dungs, at least their minds were clear and their speech coherent. The only minor problem was that Su Tanhuin still couldn't stop crying, occasionally biting his tongue while speaking, but it wasn't too serious. After a period of chaos, a long while later, finally the 4 people sat properly around the altar. Min Gi still slumped his face onto the table, rigid as a statue, his posture looking like a corpse. Xie Lian said with a serious expression, "Lord Windmaster, just now you said there was a very important matter you needed my help with. What exactly is it?" His face haggard, Su Tanhuin threw a soundproofing spell onto the door, ensuring that people outside couldn't hear. Only then did he open his mouth in a hoarse voice. "It's like this. Cough, 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 cough. Your Royal Highness, you are a master who hides himself in the mundane world, cultivating for 800 years among mortals. Having traveled far and seen much, you must have encountered quite a few demons and monsters, haven't you?" Xie Lian crossed his arms and replied, "Indeed, I've encountered a few." Su Tanhuin said, "Then I want to ask, have you ever met the white speech immortal before?" Xie Lian was startled. Ed and asked, weeping at a celebration, "The white speech immortal?" Su Tanhuin lowered his voice, "That's right." Suddenly Xie Lian felt goosebumps rise all over him. A gust of chilly air began to crawl up his spine. At the same time it seemed as if someone was leaning into his ear, both subtly sneering and humming an extremely eerie folk song. The sunlight that initially shone in from the window and torn holes dimmed. The small, originally warm and bright Puki shrine became dark at some unknown point, as if enveloped by a massive, obscure shadow. And Xie Lian's limbs also gradually grew colder, chilling to the bone like iron. Xie Lian couldn't help but tighten his clothes, feeling he still needed to speak directly. "I want to ask something. Who is laughing? Who is singing? Who is blowing cold air behind my back? Who made the room so dark?" Su Tanhuin wiped his tears and replied, "That's all me. It's just a few trivial spells I arranged, no need to mind them, just to add a bit of atmosphere." The 3 remaining people sitting by the altar were at a loss for words. A long while later, Xie Lian rubbed his forehead and said in a helpless tone, "Lord Windmaster, perhaps don't blow cold wind anymore. With this kind of weather, everyone is wearing very little. Moreover, the original atmosphere was actually not bad, but you, on your own, added cold wind and music. On the contrary, you've completely ruined it." Su Tanhuin said, "Huh? Is that so?" Then he waved at his hand, retracted the gust of chilly wind blowing behind the 4 people, and said, "However, let's keep the room dark. I'll light a candle. It will feel more atmospheric." Saying that, Su Tanhuin took out a candle and lit it. The faint candlelight illuminated 2 completely white faces and 2 half-white, half-green faces. Indeed, it was very atmospheric, very evocative, only if Tick Dung outside the room saw it, he would probably be so scared he'd yell, "What the hell is this?" The 3 remaining people also didn't want to say anything. Hua Cheng leaned back. Min Gi maintained his stiff, prone posture. Xie Lian rubbed his glabella and said, "Let's continue. Where were we just now? White speech immortal. From the beginning, you should have just said it was a foul-mouthed monster. When you said white speech immortal, I hadn't even had time to react to what it was." Su Qingxian gasped in alarm. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, you are far too bold. To call it thus is not quite advisable." The Bai Hui Xianren, though it was referred to as Xianren, everyone called it Xianren merely to display a modicum of goodwill, to afford it some respect, fearing that to call it anything too unpleasant, should it ever find out, would surely bring them trouble. In truth, everyone secretly wished they could curse it as a foul-mouthed Xianren, a foul-mouthed monster. The more repulsive the epithet, the better. For it was truly hateful to the extreme. Indeed, common demonic creatures were, at most, merely fearsome, but this thing was detestable, for it most relished the trick of suddenly appearing to pour a basin of cold water upon people in their moments of joy. Just imagine a newly wedded couple, with such a creature appearing at their wedding banquet, partaking of their celebratory wine, only to suddenly declare before long, "You two shall part ways." Or perhaps some household master received a promotion, it would likewise unexpectedly emerge, its voice rising amidst everyone's congratulations, "In less than a few years, you shall be arrested and cast into prison." Should it entwined itself with someone, it would inevitably become as a shadow to their form, binding them tightly, ceaselessly uttering maledictions utterly contrary to any joyous occasion that might befall them. One could well imagine the extent of its detestability, especially for those families who gravely feared ill omens. Encountering such a thing would drive them to distraction. No one wished to be clung to by a creature like it, yet if encountered, one could only resign themselves to misfortune, for even to this day, no one truly knew how it ultimately chose its victims. It appeared Su Qingxian harbored a profound apprehension towards this creature, yet Xie Lian remained entirely unconcerned, stating, "What is there to fear? This thing possesses no terror whatsoever." More accurately, it was this creature that feared him. Su Qingxian's interest was piqued, and he inquired, "It seems, Crown Prince Your Highness, you have indeed encountered it, have you not? Can this sort of entity truly be eradicated root and branch?" After a moment of contemplation, Xie Lian said, "Many years ago, I did indeed encounter 2 such creatures, but they have not reappeared since. Whether they were utterly eradicated, I cannot say. However, in my experience, if one truly wishes to confront it, it is not excessively difficult." Su Qingxian gleefully exclaimed, "Too? And both were handled by your highness? Then I have indeed sought out the correct individual. What were the circumstances?" Xie Lian then proceeded to recount the first instance. Thus many years ago, Xie Lian was passing through a small town. There, a wealthy merchant had sent his daughter to the imperial capital for her studies. Deeming his daughter to possess great ambition, he had publicized her departure with much fanfare, jubilant and triumphant. But alas, joy soon gave way to sorrow, for during the farewell banquet, a loud voice suddenly resounded, "Your daughter's carriage shall overturn en route, and she shall plunge to her death from the cliff face." The wealthy merchant instantly flew into a towering rage, intent on seizing the one who had uttered those words. Yet, no sooner had the words been spoken than the speaker abruptly slipped beneath a table, and just like that, vanished without a trace. This time everyone grew alarmed. As it happened, Xie Lian was that very day collecting scraps at this household, gathering some leftover rice he intended to take back. Upon hearing the tale, he immediately recognized that some malevolent entity had made its presence known, and thus assured the wealthy merchant there was no need for concern. He advised the merchant to summon 20 guards, adding himself to their number, to carefully escort the young lady safely to the imperial capital and maintain a vigil by her side for a duration. 1 month later, in a competition of fam mau character and appearance, the young lady secured the first rank, and the moment was ripe. That night, everyone held a celebratory banquet for the young lady at an inn within the imperial capital. And true to expectation, a voice once more rose from amidst the throng. "In the days to come, you shall be." No sooner had he heard than Xie Lian immediately seized the entity lurking within the crowd, throttling it, thus preventing it from uttering the phrase. Subsequently, he used talismans to shackle its form, subjected it to a thorough beating, then bade someone prepare a carriage. He loaded the creature into it and drove straight up to a cliff. At a perilous turn, he severed the reins, allowing the carriage, with it still inside, to plunge headlong down the cliff face, precisely mirroring the curse it had wished upon others. The other 3 inquired, "Was that truly all?" Xie Lian replied, "Indeed, that is all. To contend with the foul mouth, very well, the Bai Hui Xian Ren. There are 3 methods for contending with the Bai Hui X. Ian Ren. Firstly, do not permit it to open its mouth, throttle it before it can utter a sound. However, this method offers only temporary respite, not lifelong protection. In essence, it is exceedingly difficult to maintain such a defense. Secondly, should it open its mouth, ensure that the cursed individual does not hear it. Any person who hears themselves cursed in a moment of joy will inevitably feel a trace of fear, and this creature feeds upon that very dread, deriving joy from it. The more one fears, the more it rejoices, and should one truly be terrified into a state of mental disarray, thus ruining the matter at hand as it predicted, its spiritual power would surge dramatically. Yet, unless one is truly deaf, they are bound to hear it eventually. In truth, even the deaf are not necessarily safe, for there have been those who, to escape it, deliberately pierced their own ears, only for it to prove utterly futile in the end. Conversely, if one disregards its curses, no matter how it endeavors to douse one's spirits with cold water, utterly ignoring it, then it will find itself helpless against you. Therefore, the most efficacious method is the third, to fill one's life to the brim with joyous matters, never allowing it to catch your eye. Let it speak or stay silent. It matters not, simply let its words pass in one ear and out the other. To become stronger each day, absolutely refusing to follow the tragic future it has delineated for you. Then, in the final analysis, it will be unable to draw pleasure from your being, and will undoubtedly grow despondent and depart. Naturally, there also remains the possibility that it merely retreats temporarily, awaiting another opportune moment to assail a vulnerable point. Although the third method was the most efficacious, it was likewise the most challenging to implement. After all, how many in this world truly attain a state of heart as unyielding as iron and stone, unperturbed by the slightest ripple? The more Su Qingxian listened, the more tightly his brows knitted. And he asked, then what of the second instance? Did your highness resolve it in the same manner? Xie Lian replied, the second instance, for anyone else, would surely have proven ineffective. After all, the circumstances were rather unique. How so unique? Xie Lian stated, the one it sought was I, myself. Volume 3, Chapter 104 by Huaixian Ren, weeping at a celebratory banquet 2. It was also many years ago that Xie Lian once again encountered a Bai Huaixian Ren. On that particular occasion, Xie Lian had just, by his own hands, constructed a thatched hut. As he stood beneath, admiring his new abode, suddenly from a corner, a soft voice murmured, your house, in 2 months shall collapse. Su Qingxian inquired, then how did your highness handle it? Ta Lin answered, did nothing at all. I said, 2 months from now? If it could even last 7 days, that would be truly strange. Hua Chong bloomed a smile, and immediately after that Sme Lu faded. That Bok Thoi Tien Nen hid in the dark corner, waiting to absorb Ta Lin's fear, vexation and unease. However, it was filled with longing, waiting to absorb nothing for the entire time, until Ta Lin had bathed and rested in his new house, still absorbing nothing. Although he could not see its true form, Ta Lin also sensed that it must surely be very angry. Not a few days had passed when a streak of blue lightning struck down amidst the night sky, and the entire house burned down to ruins. That Bok Thoi Tien Nan was extremely joyful, likely because it felt that burning down to ruins and collapsing were not much different from each other, considering its curse had been fulfilled, and now Ta Lin should surely be afraid. But not at all. It still could not absorb anything to fill its stomach. Of course, it was not resigned, so it continued to cling to Ta Lin, waiting for the next joyous event to arrive. Who would have thought it waited for over half a year? And in that span of more than half a year, Ta Lin unexpectedly had no joyous event at all. If it had been a normal person, they would have given up long ago. But Bok Thoi Tien Nan has a peculiar characteristic: it likes to oppose to the very end. Once it targets someone, it will cling to them, risking death, and so it too suffered, enduring hunger for more than half a year. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. That day, Ta Lin collected scrap metal and earned a large sum, considering it a lucky stroke of fortune. Bok Thoi Tien Nan was overjoyed to death, having held it in for too long. It immediately unleashed all its reserves of words, pouring forth a long string about Ta Lin's vivid life after acquiring money, how he would eat, drink, chase women, gamble, contract all sorts of diseases, then get deeply in debt, cursing non-stop, talking endlessly. Ta Lin, while counting his money, listened with rapt attention. After listening, he still bathed and went to sleep as usual, and Bok Thoi Tien Nan still absorbed nothing, just as before. That very night, Ta Lin's pile of scrap metal caught fire. After extinguishing the fire, Ta Lin, his face blackened with soot, sighed to Bok Thoi Tien Nan, what a pity. It all burned to ashes, not even a single piece remaining. Those phrases about living drunken dreams amidst the precious golden years of the mortal world that you spoke last night, I still haven't experienced any of them. I found what you said very interesting. Why don't you repeat it again? After 3 or 4 such instances, gradually Ta Lin even proactively asked it, do you have anything you want to say? Do you want to speak a few words? Finally, Bok Thoi Tien Nan could no longer endure it, and fled, disappearing without a trace. For Bok Thoi Tien Nan, a plague god like Ta Lin was truly a nemesis. Firstly, he had nothing joyous, a wasted effort waiting for several years. Secondly, he was too accustomed to all misfortunes, so he felt no fear or worry at all. Not to mention, his unlucky fate surpassed Bok Thoi Tien Nan's imagination, and therefore for Ta Lin their curses had no effect whatsoever, seeming like blessings, or like telling idle dreams. In short, from then on Ta Lin severed all ties with Bok Thoa Nan. He even harbored a slight suspicion, perhaps after fleeing, that Bok Thoa Tian Nan had enthusiastically spread word within its own race about just how wicked he truly was. Hearing this, Su Tan Huin could not help but let out a snort of laughter. Hua Chung indifferently asked, "Is it that funny?" Su Tan Huin also knew that was inappropriate. He immediately composed his expression and said seriously, "My apologies, Crown Prince, Your Highness." Ta Lin smiled and replied, "It's nothing. I found it very interesting anyway." He gave a summary. Bok Thoa Tian Nan absorbs spiritual power from human fear, then uses that very source of spiritual power to propel those prophecies into reality, finally giving new prophecies. It cycles back and forth like that, ceaselessly, until a person is utterly defeated, their heart reduced to ashes. Only then does it relent. Precisely because of this, the more unstable one's will, the more one suffers loss, and the more one possesses, the more one fears losing much. He paused for a moment, then reminded, "Are there followers of Feng Su Dai Nan who received a prayer and thus asked for your help? You are the wind god. This matter does not fall within your scope of management. If received, you can transfer it to the martial god." Su Tan Huin then replied, "It's not followers who encountered it, it is I myself who encountered it." This time Ta Lin found it even more puzzling. "You yourself encountered it?" Normally, what Bok Thoa Tian Nan would dare to provoke a divine official? Even if they did, based on a divine official's status, there would be no need to fear them. Su Tan Huin sighed. "If it was encountered after I ascended, of course it would not be worrisome, but this is a very long story to tell. It is told that several hundred years ago, when still ordinary mortals, Feng Su and Tui Su were born into a wealthy and powerful merchant family. Su Tan Huin was the second child, and upon his birth the entire family was exceedingly delighted, naming their child with the milk name Huin, besides which they also widely distributed free kanji, performing good deeds to accumulate merit. At that time a fortune teller, after finishing his kanji, seeing the swaddled infant, asked for his Bazi birth year, month, day and hour, and finally declared a lengthy prophecy. "Having eaten your family's kanji, I shall speak a few words. Though the fate of your family's son is truly good, it is difficult to express it all in one sentence. If you wish to save him, you must absolutely strive for humility. Do not let him develop the habit of arrogance from a young age. Do not let him shine too brightly. Remember to gain fortune in silence only. Then will he have a peaceful life. You absolutely must not organize any celebrations for him. It will lead to unfavorable things." These words were hardly palatable, truly no less than those of the Bai Huai immortal. The Su family, being a merchant family, placed extreme importance on such matters, immediately darkened their faces and chased the man away. Of course, they did not take the old man's words to heart, and a few days later, they even organized a banquet for Su Tan Huin, hanging lanterns and decorating with flowers, clanging gongs and beating drums. However, right amidst the banquet, when everyone was enthusiastically feasting and drinking, vying to bestow blessings upon the Su family's second young master, still wrapped in swaddling clothes, a voice suddenly rose from beneath the earth. "Bat Dian Tui, Bat Dian Chung." This voice truly echoed from beneath the ground, drowning out all other voices, leaving everyone utterly terrified. The banquet ended in fear. That very night, Su Tan Huin, still an infant, suddenly developed a fever, crying incessantly, and no method could lower his temperature. He also continuously vomited, making the whole family so scared they nearly lost their wits. Remembering the fortune teller who had spoken those outrageous words and been chased away not long ago, the Su family hastily searched everywhere to invite the man back. The fortune teller said, "I told you not to be arrogant, yet you absolutely refused to listen. Now the sea hilt has encountered a true immortal. I fear that this life will be plagued with endless troubles. That fever is nothing, it will soon pass, but this is merely its welcoming gift." What Su Tan Huin had encountered was, of course, the Bai Huai immortal. However, this was no ordinary Bai Huai immortal that could be casually chased away, but the oldest and most accomplished Bai Huai immortal. How accomplished? It could instigate a funeral even without a celebration to ruin, which is why it was called the Bai Huai True Immortal. One could say that this true immortal, if it does not appear for 3 years, it will feast for 3 years upon its appearance. Its perceptive eyes were vicious anyone it clung to. Who among them was not a legendary figure of their generation, rising swiftly and falling just as quickly? Some people managed to defeat it, but also had to struggle with it their entire lives, offering it no small amount of food. Some people were defeated by it, thoroughly becoming a part of its source of magical power. Having accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, its foundation was exceedingly profound. By now it had rested for over 100 years. It was time for it to come out and operate again this time. When it opened its mouth, it was bound to take a large bite. Coincidentally, Su Tanhuin's fate, born at that very moment, was perfectly suited to the true immortal's taste, and thus he was targeted by it. Though the infant at that time understood nothing of its prophecy, but an infant would eventually grow up, there would come a day when he would understand, there would come a day when he would know fear. Moreover, the fear sown from childhood would take deep root in his heart, and could not be dispelled. Fortunately, this kind of mischievous demon was usually single-minded. Its way of remembering things was very peculiar, unlike ordinary people, so the fortune-teller devised a way to trick it first. He told the Su family to take Su Tanhuin out, pretend to send him away, then alter the son's appearance, disguise him as a girl and bring him back, claiming he was an adopted daughter brought back from outside, making everyone in the household call this young master Miss, raising him as a girl. From childhood. As long as the Bai Hui true immortal had not yet found the boy it had targeted long ago. As time passed, who knew, it might not remember who its original chosen one was. And so, Su Tanhuin indeed lived safely and soundly until the age of 10. During those 10 years, the once powerful and wealthy family gradually declined. The parents of the two Sus passed away, and within the family, infighting and disputes over property arose. Su Vodou was troubled beyond endurance, and so at the age of 16, he took Su Tanhuin, who was a few years younger than him, and left home. The two brothers relied on each other to live. Su Vodou first went up the mountain to apprentice and cultivate, entrusting his younger brother to be raised in a small town at the foot of the mountain. Every day, Su Vodou would cultivate and practice until late at night, only descending the mountain at dusk. There was nothing to eat on the mountain, so he could only return home to eat dinner at night. One evening, Su Vodou was too engrossed in discussing with others and forgot the time. Su Tanhuin waited and waited but did not see his older brother return. Worried that his brother would go hungry without food, so he decided to bring dinner up the mountain. At that time Su Tanhuin was still young, did not know how to navigate mountain paths, and it was pitch dark at night. The child carried the lunchbox for so long that he needed to pee. Feeling desperate, he simply took off his skirt right by the mountain path. At this moment, a dark figure approached from afar on the mountain path ahead, and asked in a voice, "Is that Huiner ahead?" As soon as he heard someone call his milk name, Su Tanhuin thought it was someone his older brother had sent to pick him up, so he quickly dropped his skirt and replied, "It is I." The strange voice continued to ask, "Is your Bazi of this year, this month, this day, this hour?" Su Tanhuin found it strange. First, why would someone suddenly ask for his Bazi? And second, this person even got it exactly right, so he replied, "That's right." "How do you know? Who are you? Do you know my older brother?" The voice did not reply, finally only saying one sentence, "Come over here, let me get a good look at your face." This was a commanding tone. By now, Su Tanhuin finally felt that something was amiss. The child clutched the lunchbox and fled. He ran and ran, only hearing behind him and above him the whistling sound of strong winds and wild, cackling laughter. Unexpectedly, the thing still clung closely behind him, shouting, "You will immediately fall." Su Tanhuin was scared out of his wits, and just as the word fall was spoken, the child indeed fell, falling and breaking the lunchbox, with rice scattered all over the ground. Just as the thing was about to pounce, Su Vodou caught up. Seeing someone arrive, the Bai Hui true immortal immediately vanished without a trace. Su Vodou hugged his younger brother, who had fallen so hard that his face was covered in bloody rice. Both brothers were filled with endless terror. Still, he was discovered by it. Having been avoided for so many years, Bai Hui Zhenxian finally tasted a bit of its first sweet fruit. From then on, it began to appear and disappear at opportune moments, each subsequent time more elusive and masterful than the last. Its cultivation was too formidable. The Su family's fortune had already collapsed, and the spellcasters and Taoists that Su Wudou could invite were all helpless. He also lacked the power to wield millions of merits to directly convey his words to the high heavens. Although it was not yet after Su Qingxian's life, the two brothers knew well enough that it was merely waiting tea. Oh, fatten him up before slaughtering him. For now, it only lightly delivered a few slaps, to remind its opponent to fear it, knowing that a day would come when it would want to play for high stakes. Just like a hunter who does not deliver a fatal arrow to its prey immediately, but prefers to graze it with a few arrows, making the prey utterly terrified by Huai Zhanxian considered such fear to be its sustenance. Indeed, it was no different from a slow, torturous execution. Fortunately, the turning point finally arrived. After many years of arduous cultivation, Su Wudu ascended. As soon as he ascended, he immediately brought Su Qingxian up to the central heavenly court, pouring out countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures with all his might. In less than a few years, Su Qingxian also smoothly ascended. From then on, Bai Huai Zhenxian also disappeared without a trace. Naturally, Su Qingxian thought that it had finally given up, retreating when faced with difficulty. Alas, it seemed that was only his beautiful dream. A few days ago, Su Qingxian invited a group of friends to go drinking. While utterly drunk, he suddenly heard a fierce voice resound beside his ear. You will forever not hope to meet your brother again. The voice was exceedingly familiar. In the period from when he was 10 years old until his ascension, Su Qingxian heard this voice once or twice almost every year. The fear towards it had long been etched into his bones and marrow, truly like Thursday. Ender rumbling beside his ear. Su Qingxian immediately sobered up, so scared that he ran straight to Pei Ming's territory that very night, and only calmed down again after personally seeing Su Wudu peacefully gathering with Ling Wen's group. After that, Su Qingxian wondered suspiciously if that voice was his own auditory hallucination. After all, since childhood, he had been sown with such a deep haunting by that thing, and had experienced this before. But thinking it over and over, Su Qingxian still felt uneasy, so he dragged Mingyi along and while he was at it, went to find Xie Lian to ask him. Unexpectedly, he ran into Hua Cheng at Puqi Shrine. A truly fated encounter in a narrow alley. After listening, Xie Lian said, if that's the case, what Lord Wind Master encountered is completely not on the same level as what I encountered. After pondering for a moment, he turned to ask Hua Cheng Sanlang, have you ever personally seen Bai Huai Zhenxian? Hua Cheng fiddled with a chopstick and replied, Never seen it personally. But I have an acquaintance who has met it before. Who this acquaintance was, although very curious, Xie Lian did not ask much, only saying after all, how formidable is its cultivation? Is it truly powerful? Hua Cheng tossed the chopstick, calmly replying very high. Hearing this, Su Qingxian and Ming Yi's expressions became even more strained. Hua Cheng continued, it's not like ordinary small fry, it's truly difficult to deal with. Although his mouth said difficult to deal with, Hua Cheng's expression remained calm as usual, as if it were merely a polite formality. However, to receive such an evaluation from Hua Cheng was no small matter. Xie Lian asked Lord Windmaster, it seems the problem is not small. Why didn't you tell Lord Watermaster about this? Su Qingxian waved his hand, no. As you also know, my elder brother is currently about to undergo his tribulation. At such a crucial moment, what if he went to fight Bai Huai Zhenxian and got distracted? I must keep this matter a secret, I cannot let others know. Even the heavenly officials close to my elder brother, I haven't told a single one. A heavenly official does not undergo tribulation only once in a lifetime. The more heavenly tribulations one undergoes, the higher one's cultivation realm, the more stable one's position, and the stronger one's magical power. Su Wudu is a heavenly official who bears 2 heavenly tribulations. Chatting in the spiritual communication array some time ago, Xie Lian had vaguely heard that Su Wudu was now awaiting his 3rd, and indeed, any distraction would be extremely disadvantageous. If the tribulation failed, no matter what, one's cultivation realm would surely drop. Su Qingxian said with a serious face, I want to try to see if I can resolve that thing myself. In any case, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, you have more experience. Do you have free time? If not, please absolutely do not force yourself. Previously, Su Qingxian had helped Xie Lian quite a lot. Now that Su Qingxian needed help and had something to ask for, Xie Lian could not possibly refuse by saying he was busy, willing but unable at this moment. But Hua Cheng had come from afar as a guest and had not even been here for a few days. If I left, Who would take care of Hua Cheng? Although my care wouldn't amount to much. Just as he was still pondering, Hua Cheng propped up his chin with one hand, smiled and said, Gij wants to go meet by Huaijin Xian, doesn't he? If you don't mind, Gij, please take me along? After all, it's a rare monster and I've never seen it personally either. Xie Lian thought to himself, oh, how embarrassing, only Sanlang truly understands my heart. Boundlessly grateful for Hua Cheng's thoughtfulness, Xie Lian immediately nodded. Su Qingxian also had nothing to say. Of course, he knew well that Hua Cheng wasn't going to help him, but at least Hua Cheng wouldn't cause trouble, so whether he went or not made no difference. Xie Lian continued to ask, but this by Huaijin Xian is elusive and masterful, we don't know when or where it will reappear. Su Qingxian said, I don't know either. If it truly doesn't work, I plan to go to the most luxurious tavern in the Imperial City and book a banquet, drinking for 180 days, lighting firecrackers and watching plays every day, and then it will have to appear. Xie Lian said that is also a way, but even if it appears, it's not certain that you can catch it. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. Has Wind Master Your Excellency ever investigated what kind of people its previous prey consisted of, or what its working style was like? See if there are any patterns. Su Qingxian replied naturally, he has investigated this for a long time. Saying this, he took a scroll from his sleeve and unfurled it. Xie Lian leaned in to look, and could not help but exclaim, amazing, amazing, truly formidable. This thing truly wouldn't cast a line for small fish. A list of names on the scroll, almost all were figures of great influence with resounding fame in the mortal realm, and moreover, not a single one escaped a tragic end. The end of each person was collapse and self-destruction, armies collapsing like mountains, ending by drawing a sword and taking their own lives. Vast fortunes lost entirely in a single morning. 3 feet of white silk neat and clean. Seeking fame and fortune but failing to obtain them. Restlessly rising and falling. Forever fallen beneath the Nai bridge. These people were not defeated by the white talk true immortal, but by the fear of losing within their own hearts. However, there were no emperors on the list. True emperors naturally possessed the protective spiritual aura of the Son of Heaven, making them not easily encroached upon by ghosts and monsters. In fact, normally, those who possessed the potential for ascension were also born with a layer of spiritual aura around them, causing demons, monsters, and ghosts to retreat 90 miles away. This was why Xie Lian vaguely felt that Su Qingxian being persistently entangled by that entity was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Perhaps someone was secretly playing tricks, intentionally targeting him. If that were truly the case, then this person was certainly not simple. But when he was targeted, Su Qingxian was still an infant, so how did he come to provoke such an unpredictable figure? At that moment, Hua Cheng spoke up, Gij, may I borrow it to look? Xie Lian then handed the scroll to him, here, look. Hua Cheng merely glanced over it once, then asked who wrote this scroll? Su Qingxian replied he did. Why? Hua Cheng tossed the scroll onto the table, saying it's nothing special. All wrong and muddled. I suggest your brother should return to the furnace for reforging. Hearing this, Su Qingxian immediately slammed the table. Crimson rain sought flower. Xie Lian pulled Su Qingxian, saying apologetically, Wind Master Your Excellency, please sit down, sit down. Just let it go, Sanlang has always spoken like that, he didn't mean it intentionally. Su Qingxian sat down, muttering to himself in doubt, he's always been like that? Xie Lian turned to Hua Cheng, asking Sanlang, where exactly is it all wrong and muddled as you said? Hua Cheng also moved closer to Xie Lian's side. The two of them sitting much closer. Hua Cheng pointed to several names, saying these ones, they're wrong. Xie Lian observed. Seriously? These individuals were all regional overlords with accumulated sins, so he asked, how do you know? Hua Cheng said, because those people were killed by me. Xie Lian continued to ask, weren't all the names on this list suicides? Hua Cheng said, before I acted, I sent someone to greet them first, and then they committed suicide. I wonder if that counts as me killing them? It's unclear if that counts as him killing them, but it certainly counts as being very honest. Su Qingxian coughed a few times, looking unnatural, his lips subtly moving. He said, ghosts don't need to honestly describe how they kill people in front of a heavenly official, you know? Ghosts don't need to openly and honestly discuss this matter with a heavenly official in front of other heavenly officials, you know? Hua Cheng again pointed to a few names, saying these are also wrong. Xie Lian asked, then who killed them? Hua Cheng replied, He Shui killed them. Xie Lian was startled. Isn't that Lord Heishui Xiangui always very humble? Hua Chong said that doesn't mean he won't kill people. Following that, Hua Chong said to Su Tanhuin, the scroll your esteemed brother gave you is riddled with errors. Clearly no effort was put into verification. On the contrary, there's strong suspicion of intentionally creating confusion. In short, it's no different from a pile of rags. Therefore I suggest, tear it up and rewrite it. Su Tanhuin snatched back the scroll, shouting he's not like that. Although his words were weak and wilted, his tone was as firm as nails hammered in. As for his own blood brother's matter, how could Su Vo do not put in effort? Then there was one more possibility. Xie Lian asked with deep academic expertise. Lord Watermaster must have also borrowed the strength of others during the verification process. May I ask who was the one who compiled this scroll? Hesitating for a moment, Su Tanhuin replied Lingwen. Xie Lian silently rubbed his glabella. Although Lingwen Hall was often scolded by officials from other halls for low efficiency, it shouldn't have made so many errors, truly no different from a perfunctory draft. The relationships within the independent faction appeared very close at first glance, at least on the surface they seemed very close. What entanglements truly lay within, outsiders might find it difficult to discern. Hua Chong moved back slightly, continuing how to distinguish truth from falsehood. Let me tell you one more thing. Once Baiwa's Hengshan targets its prey, it will eradicate it root and branch. Not only will its prey collapse and die, but even the kin and friends of the prey will be implicated. This is precisely why those whose names are listed here only died alone while their relatives and friends are still living peacefully. All of them are wrong. Hearing this, Su Tanhuin's complexion instantly turned pale. Immediately after, he braced himself, forcing a smile at Ming Yi. Then aren't you also in danger, Ming Xiong? You're my best friend after all. Ming Yi sat a little further away from Su Tanhuin, his face as if writing, can I not have a best friend like you? As Ming Yi moved away, he drew closer to Xie Lian, and Hua Chong glanced at him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Seeing that even at this point Su Tanhuin hadn't forgotten to joke, Xie Lian couldn't help but chuckle, yet he vaguely saw through the Windmaster's unease. Or perhaps it should be said that it was precisely because of his unease that he needed to be doubly agitated to control it. Su Tanhuin opened his Windmaster fan, fanning 5 or 6 times faster than usual, his black hair flying wildly in the fierce wind, saying then let's go now. To the most magnificent tall building. Let's indulge in extravagant revelry. I also want to see if with so many of us it still dares to show its face. There are so many of us, ha! Xie Lian said, Lord Windmaster, please calm down first. Wait for me a moment. There are still some trivial matters in my establishment that I absolutely must handle properly. It was unknown how many days this trip would take, with 2 children with 2 mouths, plus a dead ghost possessing a living person. There was no way they could simply be abandoned. Xie Lian intended to find a trustworthy person in the village to ask for help looking after them, but Hua Chong understood every matter he was contemplating as if it were the back of his hand, saying if Gij must go, then rest assured I have people. After you leave, someone will naturally come to look after this place of yours. Xie Lian let out a sigh of relief. You've gone to trouble, San Lang. Still better to have someone look after this place. Hua Chong also replied with a smile, that's right. It's necessary to have someone watching. Evidently, their looking after and watching did not carry the same meaning, but no one pressed for clarification either. Ming Yi moved the altar, beginning to draw the 1,000-mile shrink array, and Su Tanhuin fanned faster and faster, almost no longer seeing the shadow of the fan, saying, right, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I forgot to ask just now, who exactly was that person outside the door? I teased him a little. Were the words that came out of his mouth human speech? Unexpectedly, it was only now that it was casually mentioned. If Qi heard it, he would surely have another heart attack. Xie Lian thought to himself that it was indeed not human speech. Then he put away Rui and Fong Xen, which were leaning in the corner, and replied, didn't he introduce himself already? Su Tanhuin said, what? Is that really the green ghost? Such virtue? Hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Xie Lian rubbed his glabella, briefly recounted a few sentences about the incident, and instructed Su Tanhuin to keep it a secret, especially not to let Lang Qianqiu know. While they spoke a few words, Ming Wai. I had already finished drawing a 1,000-mile shrink array with a few strokes. Last time Nanfeng took a long time to draw and it was carelessly done beyond mention, but Mingyi was completely opposite, drawing extremely fast yet without any sloppiness, each stroke going to its completion. The circles he drew freehand seemed even more skillful than those drawn with a ruler, and the characters were as neat as carved wood. Xie Lian couldn't help but secretly admire. After drawing the array, Mingyi said, "Let's go." Su Tanhuin took a light breath and blew out the candle. Huacheng went first, so he was also the first to push the door open. The small door creaked open with a ket sound, and outside was pitch black, seemingly leading to an old, abandoned room of many years, the air filled with the smell of mold and dust. Following Huacheng was Xie Lian, who softly thanked Huacheng for actively going ahead to clear the way. Next was Su Tanhuin and finally Mingyi. After stepping out, Mingyi turned his hand and closed the door. The very moment the door was about to close, amidst the gloomy darkness, a voice suddenly transmitted from behind the door, coldly shouting, "The place you wish to go will transform into a nightmare you will forever wish to forget." As soon as he heard that voice, Talin swung his leg and gave a kick. The door was kicked down by him on the spot, but the formation, after being used, had lost its effect. Behind the door was no longer Bodhi Shrine but a pile of scrap copper and iron. The overly violent movement caused dust to fly thick. Talin coughed hoarsely, thinking to himself that fortunately he hadn't shattered the door Huacheng made. He used his sleeve to cover his face, asking, "Was that thing just now Bok Thoi Chan Tien?" Su Tanhuin gripped the fly whisk and the wind master's fan tightly, saying, "Indeed it was its voice. Has it always been following me?" Talin brushed away the smoke and dust, refuting, "No. Just now in the room there were 3 divine officials, 1 ghost king. If there was something always following you, how could we not have discovered it? Of course it just arrived a moment ago." Mingyi also advised, "Calm down." Su Tanhuin said, "I am calm. Am very calm. I've been calm for a long time." Huacheng at the front said calmly, "Calmness is needed, but if there's nothing yet, there's no need to be that way. Does anyone know where this is?" Talin looked all around, asking, "We wanted to go to the most luxurious restaurant in the imperial city, didn't we?" No matter how one looked at it, this old and abandoned room also didn't resemble the restaurant Su Tanhuin spoke of. The 4 people circled around once, making their way to the main door, only to find it unexpectedly locked by several large locks. Talin again launched another kick. The locks broke and the door opened. After the door opened, appearing before the 4 people was not mountains of daggers and seas of fire or any strange mist, riotous sight, but an ordinary small town with not a hint of brightness. Huacheng raised an eyebrow, saying, "The imperial city surely doesn't look like this." Talin, also full of empathy, this kind of small town absolutely could not match the grandeur of the imperial capital. He turned his head and asked Lord Earthmaster, "Did your excellency draw the formation incorrectly?" Mingyi again replied, "No, it wasn't drawn wrong. The connected place that was designated is not this place." Talin immediately understood. That is to say, that entity played a trick. This place, it was it who brought them here. Thank you for tuning into Eastern Romance Tales. Please like, share, and follow to support my work. It truly motivates me to bring you more stories.